Hello and welcome everyone to today's event, Technologies of Tomorrow. My name is David Myslinski and I will be your moderator. I'm a director with Vator Securities, a boutique investment bank helping companies within tech and life science to raise funds. Last year we helped to raise in excess of 1.5 billion Swedish crowns for these growing companies. Today's event is one in a series of technology-focused events. We started off with software as a service, digital health, and gaming. All of these areas are undergoing structural growth, far exceeding that of the general economy. Especially digital health has seen a rocket-fueled growth during the COVID-19 pandemic. And where there is growth, there is also opportunities for investing. So investors should always have technology top of mind. So today we will listen to a wide range of innovative technology companies that harvest sunshine, waves, and residual gases, turning them into electricity. Companies that build products at the global forefront of innovation, be it for cleaning water, energy storage, or totally immersive gaming experiences. One obvious fact is that there will never be a day when humanity has invented everything, where there's no room for improvement to the inventions that have been made. There is even an old joke going around about this. So, as simple and straightforward and intuitive as this conclusion can be, the implication of this are quite limitless. This means that, of course, within the laws of physics, we will be able to achieve anything, just given enough time. So we will be able to cure any form of cancer. We will be able to travel at the speed of light. It's just a matter of time before we get there. An inspiring person thinking along these lines and making predictions about the future is inventor and author Ray Kurzweil. He argues technology develops exponentially. Because each generation of technology improves over the last, the rate of progress from version to version speeds up. And there's the key phrase, the rate of progress. This acceleration can be measured in the returns of the technology, such as speed, efficiency, price performance, and overall power, which improve exponentially too. So Kurzweil is quite optimistic about renewable energy. According to his studies, the rise of renewable energy is seeing exponential growth, doubling every 4 years. In 2030, we will have total renewable energy and it will be inexpensive, he predicts. Kurzweil also predicts nanobots will vastly improve our health in just some 10 years. But perhaps his most pivotal predictions are that around the year 2045, we will be able to upload our thoughts into the cloud and become digital. Further, artificial intelligence will exceed human intelligence by far and continuously upgrade itself in shorter and shorter cycles. And there's that pace of improvement again. You can actually go online and see that many of his earlier predictions, if not, well, of course not all, have come true. So he is quite an interesting person that everyone should at least know about. Looking at investments in tech companies, it is also relevant to look at how organizations in general invest in technology. According to surveys conducted by Deloitte, organizations made substantial cuts in spending in almost every category due to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, technology budgets in most organizations were flat or even increasing. And of course, as we have all observed and already discussed many times, many areas have attracted substantial increases in investments. So we have remote work, for instance, with tools that virtually and securely bring people together and help them collaborate. We have the digital economy with e-commerce, telehealth, as I mentioned, online learning, contactless payments. And we have automation, especially robotic process automation, but also any other collaborative software. For Vator Securities, video calls have increased efficiency both for our organization and for our network of investors. There is simply a lot less time being put into moving people from one place to another. Instead, we have had efficient meetings with people all across the globe. So other areas of growth, Deloitte expects cloud revenue to increase by some 30% from 2021 through 2025, helping organizations realize significant cost savings. And that's on the same theme as I mentioned with Vator Securities. The research further suggests that high-performing companies more often spend their budgets on growing their business rather than focusing primarily on protecting their current business. Here we can see that chief investment officers across the globe expect to invest more in technology as a revenue for every year. Of course, this is just one of many parameters to look at, but the long-term trend is quite clear with growing importance of technology. So here is a summary of a study performed by Gartner. I would like to highlight a few areas here. We see that going forward in 2022, enterprise software, or actually 2021 to 2022, enterprise software is expected to have the highest growth, whereas devices, after taking a steep dive in 2020, bounced back quite strongly in 2021. And the overall IT spending is growing quite significantly with 8.4% in 2021. So we will now take a short break and be back at 9:20 with Stefan Nylander, CEO of Soltech. Join us then. Thank you very much. Welcome back. It is now time for Stefan Ölander, CEO of Soltech Energy Sweden, to present. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm CEO since about 2.5 years. I invested in this company 10 years ago and became the chairman of the board between 12 to 18, and then I took over late 18. I'm going to talk 15 minutes and then 5 minutes of questions. So I want to start with this picture. It's pretty amazing just to think about that 2 hours of sunshine that hits the Earth's surface will be enough for the world's energy needs for one entire year, the whole world's energy needs. So if we can just harvest the sun's energy in a better way, we'll solve a lot of problems that we have. This is Soltech. We went on Nasdaq First North 6 years ago, about in June. We have almost most shareholders of everybody, 65,000. Embracer and one other company I think has more. We have a very intensive acquisition strategy in Sweden, a strong foothold in China, which I will talk about. We're pending about 1.8 billion in market cap. And when I took over 2018, we had a turnover of 50 million. And in 2 years, we turned up to 500. And now we're pushing for 2.4, 2.7, something like that, billion in 2024. So we're a really fast growing company. And a international magazine that observed this was Forbes last week. They did a long article about us, an interview with me, and a quote from it is that the Stockholm-based Soltech Energy is snatching up roofers and electricians and then sprinkling a little solar power on them, and we're growing like weed. So that's a good one. There you have the link that you can look, or just look for Ken Silverstein at Forbes, and you can read that article. It's almost an advertisement. A really good article, if you ask me. These companies, talking about acquisition, in 2.5 years, we've bought one company every other month. We started with Ljusgårda and ended with Takbyrån last week, 2 weeks ago. These are solar companies, roofing companies, electricians, and one facade company. And why we buy these kind of companies? Well, in the middle, it's Soltech Energy. I'll show you some of our unique products. But if you want to be the best solar company, you have the solar energy in the middle, and then you have to know a lot about roofs, because a lot of solar energy panels are set on roofs that have maybe 5-6 years left, and then you have to change the roof or rebuild the roof. If you put on a solar system on it, that will last for 25-30 years. So a lot of solar companies around the world are making that mistake. And on the other hand, you need the electricians, because if you put up a big solar energy plant, that's a lot of power, and there's a risk for fires and everything. So you have to know both electricians and the roofing business. And if you're going to start working on facades, you can't just say, now we're a facade solar company. Then you have to buy a facade system. My background is marketing and branding for about 25 years. So my market strategy to build the strongest brand in solar energy is to do this: change everybody's graphical profile. They keep their name, that's very important, but they all have the same graphical profile. For instance, when we bought so far the largest company, Provector, about 2 months ago, they have 100 cars going around in Skaraborg. So just see before yourself, when all these cars are in our costume, so to speak, that's going to do a lot of impact. All of these companies, of course, were very proud of their old logotypes, but now they're even prouder about this. So we're above 400 employees now, and they're all very proud of this graphical profile that puts them in the same boat, so to speak. What we do is we call it transformational M&A. If we take let's say, roofing company, that's easier to talk about. When we bought Takbyrån about almost 2 weeks ago, the owners there said that they built it up from 2014 to this year. They have a turnover of about 100 million with a 10% profit. And they said, in 2, 3, maybe 4 years, we're not going to have this business, because every building company and the building owner are saying, okay, you're going to redo my roof, or you're going to build my new roof. Can you do solar as well? No, I can't. Okay, I'll go somewhere else. So the roofing companies, they have to have solar, and the same with the electricity companies, they have to have solar and the facade. So what we're doing is we're transforming these companies to be sun roof companies, so to speak. MP Gruppen, a company that we bought over 2 years ago, they had a turnover about 80 million. This year they're going to have that on roofing and another 30 million on solar. So we're turning this company that was founded in 1966, that's been a roofing company for all these years, into a solar roofing companies. So we're actually changing society in a really cool way. So what is tech for us? Well, we have our own aesthetic, unique panels that I'm going to show you some pictures on. This transformational M&A that I just talked about is really putting Soltech into these companies' daily lives and their products. We have innovative energy system solutions and collaborations. We don't just want to sell the solar cells. We work together with PowerCell. We work together with Pharem, together with Newcell batteries and so forth. So we're actually selling the whole system, from solar cells down to batteries and how to distribute the power and so forth. Integrated solar solutions. At the bottom you see Soltech shingle. That is actually the roof. It's not something on the roof. That's one of our special panels that we work with. This is Soltech facade. This is up in Örnsköldsvik. The whole facade is solar cells. Even the a little bit lighter panels, those are windows, and they have 30% solar cell and 70% see-through. So the whole facade is actually producing energy. And this is how a lot of buildings will be built, especially large logistics centers like DHL barns and so forth, that have hundreds and hundreds of meters of just walls, facades, that should have solar cells on them. And they will have solar cells in the future. This is one of our newest products, and this is growing like weed. This is a rendered drawing of a parking garage in Mölnlycke, and this is Wallenstams. And they, on the picture to the left, this was how the architects had drawn it when it was going to be renovated. And the picture on the right, what's that? That's the same building, but with solar cells. So we can actually make solar cells that are a rusty color, that have the same texture and so forth as a rusty metal facade. And it looks the same, but it is producing energy. So we're going from a dead material to a living material. But Wallenstam didn't like this. They wanted a colorful facade. And this is the old textile industries with what's her name now? Viola Gråsten, the designer, that's known for colorful and powerful patterns. So they wanted the colorful and powerful patterns on this facade. So this is what we have made. It's being built right now. I don't have any pictures on it, but this is also a rendered drawing. But it's going to be many different kinds of solar cells in different colors and with see-through. So this fall it's going to be ready. So you can make a lot of new, fun and inspiring solar installations. It doesn't have to look like it's done in the past. These are some of our solar roofs. Soltech shingle up to the left is Vasakronans building. This is a solar cell that takes away. This was an old sheet metal roof that they took away and made a new surface, and then they put the solar cells right on it. And then we also do large buildings like the one down on the left. That's I think it's 3.7 megawatts or 35,000 square meters. We're also in China, for those who know about us. This started out with the company down on the right there, Advanced Solar Power. We started buying their thin solar cells to put into our products like Soltech shingle. And the owners of it, the family Wu, had lived in Colorado, Denver, for 25 years, so they're almost American. And when they moved home to Hangzhou, they started this company that's grown a bit. They have Sequoia Capital, Legend Capital, which is Lenovo, and other large owners. We started talking about how can we do more business together, and we thought about solar as a service. So the idea is that we knock on doors like this factory and say, hey, you want a solar cell? installation on your roof. You don't have to pay anything. You will get the electricity from the roof for about 12% lower than you buy from the grid. All you have to do is sign a 20-year contract. We will finance it, we will install it, we will own it, and we will run it. And it's a very easy sell because a lot of these companies, both in the public sector and the privately owned and listed ones, have a pressure from clients and the government and employees and so forth to go green. So we have 182 megawatts in production. That picture there is 1 megawatt, 10,000 square meters. This company, Advanced Soltech it's called, we own, where I come from, 51% and our Chinese partner 49%. We've been talking about putting this on Nasdaq First North for quite a while now, but the COVID-19 pandemic came in our way. But we have a contract with Carnegie and DNB to do that, and it will happen. I can't say when, because that would be insider information. But this is an important part of the stock value, of course. And when we put this on the stock exchange, we and Advanced Solar Power will still be the majority owners, but we will float X%. And the reason for doing that is so they can get an easier way of financing themselves, because the goal is 1,000 megawatts, 1 gigawatt, and that will cost about 4 billion Swedish more. This is just some examples of things that we've done. The World Expo in Beijing with colorful solar cells and integrated solar cells. And right now, it of course also is postponed because of the pandemic, but the World Expo 2020 in Dubai, this is the Swedish pavilion, which is called The Forest. We have sponsored 500 square meters of Soltech facade and roof. So this October it's opening. So we will of course be down there with clients. Then it's time to bring out the popcorn.
To overcome climate change, we must change the way we live. Reduce waste, cut carbon emissions, and rethink how we use our natural resources. But it's not only about doing less, it's also about living right. Capturing the sun's renewable energy and making it an integrated part of everyday life, from what's right in front of us to what's powering our society. We can thrive within our planetary boundaries, but first we have to move from sustainability being a sacrifice to a reliable investment. With engineers, roofers, and electricians working together, we make solar technology adaptable, more efficient, and easily accessible for everyone. There's an infinite source of energy right above us. All we need to do is manage it better.
Well, I still get goosebumps. These are my contact details. So if anybody wants to call or send an email, please do so. I answer everybody that contacts me, even though we have 65,000 shareholders. Some of them really get in touch, but that's only fun. So thank you for your time, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Really, really interesting presentation. You make me feel like Ray Kurzweil is not an optimist, but rather he's pretty negative, because renewable energy at affordable prices seems to be here already in 2021.
Yep.
So, like, top of my mind philosophical question: could you solve all the world's energy needs, or just with solar power panels?
Well, Soltech Energy can't do it, but solar energy can.
Okay.
I would say that, of course.
Good. So you bring together a lot of companies, a lot of different specialists. But do you assemble everything, or do you have your own innovations, technological innovations as well?
We buy from the best in the world, but we also have our own innovation chief officer that always is looking at making new versions of our own products and looking and working with R&D on new ones. Yes. Okay. And we saw impressive growth in Q1 of 175%. What is driving that growth? It's both organic growth within our companies, but of course also acquisitions. But some of the 3 last acquisitions, Provector, we only had in March, and Rams and Takbyrån we had in Q2. And those are 3 of the largest ones with about 150, 70, and 100 million in turnover. That's pretty large companies. If you compare us to Instalco, which has a really good valuation, their average company had a turnover of 38 million last year. So we're buying large companies. We will buy companies that have a turnover of 15 or 20 also, and probably 250 or even more. But and the smaller ones will probably maybe be bolt-ons on larger ones. But it's interesting. What we're after is finding the right entrepreneurs and the right employees that are in the right sector that we can turn into solar companies if they're not solar companies.
I see. And have you disclosed how much of your growth is organic and how much is acquired?
No, not yet. We're looking forward to. Seems a strange thing to say, but when our China business is on their own, we will start reporting in a different way. But now that's one of the reasons also to be more transparent. But that's of course a KPI that we will look at.
I see. And just one final question then. What do we have to look forward to from Soltech in the coming 12 months, if you just give us some teasers?
We will keep on growing. We will start looking at now this year we will maybe double again. And I have employed Patrik Hane from NEQ as COO. So now we're coming to a size that's big enough to start looking at synergies. So we will start looking at synergies more between in purchasing and in HR and marketing and tech and so forth. But my main focus is acquisitions. So I will focus more. And when Patrik comes aboard as COO, I mean, you can't have the same organization when you have a 50 million turnover or 1 billion turnover. So it's going to be good when he comes on board. Then I can work even more on being out there and selling the vision and getting entrepreneurs to sell to us. Because there's a lot of companies that want to buy you. But I want them to come to the Soltech family because we're the best.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and good luck on your journey.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we will now take a short break and be back in just a minute with another exciting company. Join us then. Hello and welcome back, everyone. It is now time for Harald Cavalli Björkman with Renewcell to present. He's both a Chief Marketing Officer and Head of Investor Relations with the company. Welcome very much, Harald.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'll just jump right into the presentation, I guess. Thank you for listening in today. I'm Harald. I'm with Renewcell. I joined the company back in 2017. It's been a wild ride since then, and I'm happy now to present to you guys where we're at the moment and what we're planning for the future. Let's start with a short video.
Have you noticed that lots of things go around in circles? Seems so natural, doesn't it? After all, that's how it's worked for billions of years, until we lost track. We need to go circular again, before we reach the end of the line. For us, circularity is about ending waste to reduce humanity's impact so that people everywhere can prosper. Renewcell recycles textiles by breaking down cotton in worn-out clothes and putting it back together again. At our new home in Sundsvall, we're recycling a paper production line and going big. For the first time, billions of worn-out clothes can be made into new clothing at a scale that really makes a difference. Right here. With expertise like this, we're leading a global industry back to circularity.
So that's the very short version, but let me take you through the whole story just to make sure you all get it. So starting with the big picture, fashion is not sustainable. We have a massive impact owing to the enormous amount of raw materials that goes into making the textiles that we wear. There are three big raw materials for making fashion in the world today. There's polyester, there's cotton, and there's viscose. And all of these have their own particular profile of poor environmental impact and some that they share as well. But just to give you some idea about the impact that these materials have in their production. So first of all, a pair of cotton jeans needs about 10,000 liters of water and sometimes even more to be produced. Just a single pair. And that is what has contributed to the situation that you can see on the left-hand side of this slide. That used to be the Aral Sea. It's now the Aralkum Desert. It used to be the 4th largest lake in the world. But that water was diverted around the 80s and 90s into irrigating cotton fields to make the clothes that we want to wear. Looking then to polyester, which is the biggest fiber on the market, it stands for about 2/3 of all textile fibers. It's a fossil-based material, of course. It's made by pumping oil and forming it into and extruding it into polyester fibers. It contributes to 35% of all ocean microplastic pollution that we have. So every time you wash a polyester garment, you wash out thousands of microplastics that go right into the ocean. There's no way of filtering that out, and bioaccumulates in the ocean, causing a massive pollution. And of course, polyester, being a fossil resource, it's very energy intense in producing the material to begin with, and it contributes net CO2 if it's burned after use, of course. And viscose, which is the third largest type of textile fiber out on the market, it's also the fastest growing. It's made from wood, which means we need to cut down trees to make it. Now in Sweden and in some other countries, we have very well managed forestry that makes sure to plant back the forest that's culled. But that's not the case in every country in the world. So the increased demand for viscose fibers for making fashion is leading to deforestation in ancient and endangered forests around the world. For example, in Indonesia and also beginning in Brazil. So 200 million trees, it's a lot of trees, go into making just fashion every year. And that's just looking at the current state of affairs. So, and with all these resources that we spend to making these clothes, it's pretty depressing to also consider the fact that less than 1% of it is recycled back into clothes. That's an enormous waste of materials that we spend a lot of resources in making. And that's the current state. 110 million tons of textile fibers produced each year. Now, this will only increase in impact going forward. Because the fact is that we have 1.7 billion people approximately joining the global middle class until 2030. People lifted out of poverty, finally being able to live a prosperous life in the same way that we've been become used to in the developed countries in the last 30, 40 years. And that means, in most cases, that you start consuming more clothes. So some estimates put the increased consumption of textile fibers to 160 million in total in 2030. And that means an increase of about 50 million tons of textile fibers demanded each year. We have a massive impact today, and it will only get worse tomorrow if we don't do anything about it. So the simple fact is that fashion needs solutions now. At Renewcell, we offer one such solution, and that is to make fashion circular. We join the ends of the value chain from raw material production back to waste generation. So we plug into the existing value chains when it comes to fiber production on the one side, and then when it comes back as waste and it's collected and sorted, we can plug into that value chain and use that material to put it back into the same value chain and make high quality, virgin quality clothes once again. And the important fact here, probably for the people listening here, is that we're actually enabling the fashion brands to keep their promises that they've already stated, because they know this problem. They hear it every day from the consumers. They hear it from their finance, from their investors, and they hear it from regulators. You need to change, and we're here to make that possible. But we need also to step back so you can understand our business model, exactly what it is that we do. So on this slide, you see that we sell pulp, cellulose pulp, called Circulose, to fiber producers. But we market that material to the brands because it's them that decide what happened in the value chain, what's demanded. And it's also them that have the biggest pressure on them to change. So zooming in on that R in the middle of that value chain, that's where we're at. Then this is what we're doing within that little circle. So we take in textile waste that's high in cotton, which is the same as cellulose. So it's the cellulose that is the cotton that we are refining. We start by shredding old clothes or production waste in a dry step into smaller fibers, and then we put it into a patent-protected chemical treatment in which we adjust the properties of the cellulose, once again, that's the cotton in the material, to have the right properties for later stage fiber manufacturing. And those kinds of properties are the viscosity of the material, the brightness of the material, and the reactivity of the material. Now, I can't go into details here because we keep a lot, although we have 5 patents covering this part. We also have a lot of know-how that we keep close at hand. But we use typical chemicals used in the Swedish pulp and paper industry today to make this happen. But the innovation is in the sequence and in the way we use those chemicals. Moving on, we also have a stage in the process for separating out the polyester and elastan fibers that is invariably in even 100% textile, 100% cotton textiles. We need to be able to handle that material and separate that out, and that becomes a waste. So at our future plant, we're targeting a level of being able to accept 90% cotton content textiles. And that means that 10% can be polyester or something else that we can separate out. After that's done, we have a free floating in water, a cellulose pulp material that's basically done, but we need to get the water out in order to deliver this to our customers. So the last part of the plant is basically a paper machine where we press the pulp, we use heat and air in order to create a square sheet of paper, paperish material, that we then sell to our customers by the ton. And the cool thing is that these customers that we have, the fiber producers, they buy the exact same product, but from manufacturers that do the same product from wood. So it's a direct drop-in into the same value chain. Now, something that you need to look at when you're considering innovations in this space, because a lot of innovators are looking at making circularity work within fashion, but the proof is how that really transforms into going through the whole value chain and out to retail for people to buy. And last year, in March 2020, we proved that Circulose, which is our product, is a substitute for the commercial products that are out there already. So on the left-hand corner, we have our first garment launch together with H&M in March 2020 in the middle of the pandemic. It sold very well. We followed that up with a launch with Levi's in the summer of last year, in which we replaced 20% of the cotton in a pair of Levi's jeans, the most iconic cotton garment there is, which proves for us and for the market that we can replace cotton, which is, you know, the key thing, the big fiber, the 25 million tons per year, in the most iconic cotton garment there is. We followed that up since with launches with Bestseller, the Danish fashion house that owns Vero Moda, Jack & Jones, Selected, and a few other brands, and also Kappahl, which together with H&M, actually, H&M is a 10% owner in the company today, and Kappahl is also an investor in the company. But we get calls every day from other brands globally that want to get at this material. They want Circulose in their clothes, but we don't have the opportunities to supply it to them with the level of production we have today. So we need to scale up. And that is exactly what we're doing now. So we did an IPO in November last year, IPO of the year 2020, in order to finance the building and construction of our new plant in Ortviken in Sundsvall. We're moving into the site of a former paper production mill in which SCA, they decided to exit printed paper manufacturing last year. And that opened up a space, a production hall. It opened up the pool of amazing skilled workers, very experienced in running cellulose manufacturing processes at this particular site that we're now hiring out of. It also opened up access to state-of-the-art water treatment facilities and a beautiful harbor, which you can see on the upper right-hand corner of this slide, Tunadalshamnen, in which Sundsvall municipality and SCA Logistics are now investing into expanding that capacity, which gives us beautiful access to shipping routes for our product coming in and going out. And most importantly, being in Sweden, we can now access 100% renewable energy and 100% renewable steam production at this site. So we're very happy to be able to recycle, being circular also in our approach to industrial establishment, not just the product, knowledge, infrastructure, and the site generally. We're building now, which we went marked with a 60,000-ton plant in Ortviken. But what we've also financed as part of the IPO that we did last year, and also the loans that we're securing together with this project, is the possibility, as the market responds, to expand that, to double that capacity with a small additional investment to 120,000 tons. And that's what gets you to the breakdown that you see in front of you right now. I'm not going to have time to go through all of it particularly. What I want to point out with this slide is the gray area, that's us, and we have a set price for $1,200 per ton for our product that we've already sold two-thirds of the capacity that we're building in Ortviken in Sundsvall to a Chinese viscose manufacturer called Tangshan Sanyu. They've contracted for 40,000 tons over a five-year period already for $1,200 per ton. And we buy raw materials at the cost of about $220 per ton, and we have $410 per ton in COGS, which, you know, energy, chemicals, and staff, and we have that yields a margin of 43% at the plant level. Just briefly also about the financial guide or the targets that we've communicated to the market thus far, which is the same as we did in the IPO. We have a target of 250,000 tons in capacity by 2026, and a EBITDA margin of 30% at that point, which goes on to 360,000 tons by 2030, and a margin of above 30% at that point. I'm actually out of time now, but just 3 takeaways at the end here. So I want you to just consider and remember that there's massive demand and massive need for circular materials for fashion production. We have at Renewcell a commercially proven 100% circular material, the only ones really out there with that type of product. And we're now investing in rapid scale-up as quickly as the market can take it. We're scaling up production now with our investment in Sundsvall. Thank you. And please reach out if you have any further questions here.
So thank you very much, Harald. Very interesting company, of course. You have your goal set on an installed production of 250,000 tons with an EBITDA margin of 30%, one of the last slides you presented. Could you perhaps elaborate a bit on the journey towards this? How are you going to reach this scale and the margins there?
We're going to commission the plant that we have in Ortviken, and then we're going to, this is something that we haven't laid out in detail to the market, so I can't go into detail right now, but we have a clear vision of how we're getting to the 250,000 tons by 2026, and how we'll go about that. We have not communicated exactly where that capacity will happen, and other than that. So the margin calculations that you have on the previous slide, it's what we're offering at the moment. But the fact is that we have an efficient process and we have a world-class team of people working on this. We've been able to recruit really top-class operators and engineers out of SCA and the decommissioned plant that they have there. So we have all the confidence in our targets that we have going forward into the future.
And perhaps just a brief word for those listening that do not know of your company. In Q1, what was your revenue? Did you make money? Did you lose money?
We're not making a profit at this point. So really what we're doing right now, we have an existing production facility in Kristinehamn, which has really been key to be able to make this happen and prove commercially that this works, in which we're now going up to a 3-shift production with a focus on really, now that we have the financing for the Ortviken plant, to optimize and to secure a smooth startup of the Ortviken plant, and that carries with it optimizing the parameters for particular batches of material that we're now testing with the suppliers that we've contracted with already, making sure that this batch works this way and it runs this way, and also really trimming the product specifications on the other end of our process. Now that means that we're not prioritizing volume at this point for Kristinehamn. It's in Ortviken where we do the commercial, profit generating part. So if you look at the figures for Q1, it's not super interesting in terms of revenue in that way.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And the product that you produce, this pulp, can you describe what can it be used for? Is it just one sort of products or?
No, there are several use cases for the dissolving pulp product, but we've deliberately chosen strategically to go to fashion because it's the highest margin and it's the biggest also in that segment. Maybe not the highest margin. There are some specialty use cases also that might be a bit higher, but it's definitely the biggest use case for viscose fiber production. But we have also acetate film that's used in pharmaceuticals, for example. The most exotic thing, of course, that I've heard of is sausage casings as well. Some tire manufacturers use it to make they put viscose rayon into their tires in order to have something that doesn't melt at certain temperatures. So there are a number of use cases, but fashion is definitely the biggest.
I see. And what about competition? Because obviously there are the currently used materials, but is there any other competitor that can, provide, let's call it circular economy pulp?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to restate the fact that there's 50 million tons of demand coming online, and then we're also going to shift the 110 million tons that's already consumed. So there's plenty of room for everyone. It's no way that Renewcell itself can supply all that added demand. And yes, there are competitors out there trying to do basically the same thing that we're doing, turning cellulose waste into cellulose products for fashion. But our assessment is that we're 5 to 7 years ahead in commercialization and scaling that product and actually getting something out into retail. So we haven't seen anybody really going all that way with this type of product. Now there's a product called Refibra from Lenzing, a Austrian fiber manufacturer, that offers a 30% textile recycled product. And their target is, as far as I've seen, to go to 50% by 2025. Now, we're at 100% now. So just our assessment of the ambition there is that we're the only ones out there doing this.
Okay, yeah. You seem to be really ahead of the competitors. What about the pandemic then? Did that kind of stop your process, or?
Actually, no. I don't think so. We were kind of nervous, going into launch with H&M with our first actual garment into retail. What we've seen is for the brands and the retailers, it's really put the foot on the accelerator for the trends that were already there. The shift to digital channels and the shift to sustainability. The people working within these brands, they kind of got a pause. And then they got to thinking, how do we come out of this as a better, more sustainable brand? And really, that's what we've felt. So if anything, we've felt more interest in our product owing to this. That's the story that the brands want to come back with. We're reopening, we're coming back, and we're better than ever. And that is about sustainability.
Okay. And finally, then, what do we have to look forward from you in the coming year?
Well, mostly it's about making sure that we're on budget and on time with the project in Sundsvall. That's our big lift. That's what we're doing. So that's what we're focusing intently on. And added to that, we're going to see a few more brand collaborations coming out, which we can't talk to right now because the brands want to promote that when it's closer to product in store and they have their plans. So I'd be on the lookout for that. Updates on our progress with the Sundsvall plant and further collaborations and applications for our product.
Exciting indeed. So thank you very much, Harald, for presenting here today, and best of luck on your journey.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
So we'll now go into a short break and be back in a few minutes. Join us then. Welcome back, everyone. It is now time for Johan Arvidsson, the CEO of Nexam Chemical. Welcome, Johan.
Thank you very much. I represent Nexam Chemical, and this is the first time actually that we present at Vator, so I expect that there will be a few that we are new to some of you that haven't followed Nexam that long. Nexam is a company. Now I'm trying to change picture. I need a bit of help. So, here we go again. That was a good start, but it's going to be get better. Nexam Chemical, we are making additives for plastic material. We can, with additives, change the properties of plastic material. We are 12 years old. We have been very much focused on innovation and development and research during the first period. The last couple of years, we also really have been able to push our solutions into the market and get commercial success for the first couple of products and platforms, and we are looking forward to some more successes. So plastics have often, and it's kind of fun to, you heard a lot about polyesters in the presentation before, and we are very connected to that. Polyester is a very, very important material for us, and it's something where we have solutions to make polyesters even more sustainable. But plastic, it's a debated material. Some say it should be less of it, and I actually agree. There should be less of it, especially in some applications, but there are very many applications where it's difficult and perhaps not even desired to remove it. The last 12 months or 16 months has learned us that there is a certain demand for plastics in healthcare. Face masks, gloves, everything is out of plastic. It's difficult to see a renewable energy sector without plastic. Windmill blades are made of plastics. Solar panels are pretty much only plastics. If you like skiing, you might go on a skiing trip, and I guess that everything you wear from the top to the bottom is made out of plastic. You are wearing polyester clothes. You are protected by plastic, and your skis are probably not made of wood anymore. Handheld devices is another area where it's also, and we make, so the question is not if or if not, the question is how do we make it better? And here Nexam definitely have solutions. We have been able to follow a couple of mega trends. It started very much in lightweighting, sustainable transportation. And we are still in that sector, especially for high temperature resistant composite materials. It goes into aircrafts, but it can go into other areas as well. The last couple of years, and the real growth engine for us has been in the renewable energy. We have solutions for PET, where we can modify properties of the material, and some are very suitable for something called PET foam. And PET foam is a core material in windmills. We now look more and more into the waste and recycling area. How can we get the plastic better recyclable? We are good at collecting plastic, but recycle it, what to do in the next cycle? Often you degrade the material by collecting it and try to process it again. And the question is, how can you make it better? And there, additives is a possible way. And this leads into how do we shape the future plastic landscape? What kind of sources will we use, etc. And there also, Nexam Chemical definitely have solutions and suggestions. And I will give you one example here around the recycling. In the world, there is a lot of plastic produced, 400 million ton. The amount of plastic that will be recycled is in the area of 50-60. And these two lines need to pretty much change place. It has to be recycled more than produced from virgin materials. And for that, you need to do something. It's not enough to just collect it, melt it, and do something again. It has to be upgraded. And there we have solutions. We launched a system we called reactive recycling that is actually a toolbox for processing companies to improve the properties of recycled plastic. We often speak about recycling, but it's absolutely not everything we do. We are in a lot of different we are in a lot of different plastic streams. One is polyester, and you often hear the name PET. This is the plastic that is used for everything you wear. You probably heard it in a previous presentation also about polyester, and it's actually PET. It's the same as in the bottles, and that's an interesting factor actually, because a lot of the recycling of plastic in some industries are based on the bottles, and the bottles, they should be new bottles and not go into anything else. They should stay in the food chain, and we actually are striving for other sources, but we can also work with virgin material, new material. The upgrade we do is also applicable for virgin material. We are in polyolefins, polyester, polypropylene, and polyethylene, the biggest two plastics in the world. And we are also in high performance, like I said, high temperature composite material, and so on. That's actually where we learn the technology around the things we do. We work in column master batch, and we are also in other type of more standardized additives. And we often describe the company in two business units. We speak about Nexam Performance Master Batch, and those of you that might have followed us has seen this before. We describe this as Performance Master Batch and Performance Chemical. The chemical part is the part of Nexam that grows very fast, and it's the most innovative part of our company. The Master Batch, Performance Master Batch, is a little bit more industrial traditional. But it provides us with a fantastic opportunity to take part in the plastic industry and reach out to the broader masses of plastic converters. So if you're a very niche player, like we are in the chemical part of it, with specialized solutions and targeted solutions, it's difficult to find your big applications. But if you take part broadly in another sector, that really helps us to understand it. I will now move to a bit of results, how we are progressing. These are the last 4 months for our company, 4 quarters, sorry for that. It's from Q2 2020. That was actually our pandemic difficulties that started during Q2, but we actually never saw it really, or at least it went quite all right still. So of course the relevant question is how good could it have been without the pandemic, but we never saw it really as a huge problem. We have been progressing quarter by quarter. This is a tradition we hope to hold on to for a long period. There will of course be times where it's more difficult, but so far it looks very good, and we are looking forward to a good year. Our financial target is that we should grow annually by 25%. And we should end at a level of around 300 million in 2022. These are our numbers for the, actually this is taken from the last quarterly report, and there are a few factors I want to highlight here. One is that we have been, if you look to the total numbers at the bottom, net sales, we have been progressing since 2015. And we have been taking some rather large steps. So we have had a good development over the years, and that is something we want to continue with. We made our best quarter in Q1 this year. The turnover was 52 million Swedish crowns. And another interesting factor that I would like to bring your attention to is that we have had a positive EBITDA now for 5 quarters in a row. We changed it from minus to plus during quarter one last year, and it has been on that we have stayed on the positive side. And if you look to EBITDA from 2019 to 2020, we increased EBITDA actually by 10 million more or less, and we increased the net sales from 130 to 165. So with 35 million increase in turnover, we managed to get an improvement of the EBITDA by 10 million. So I think we start to have a proof that our business model actually works. Sustainability, it's something we actually, in Nexam is a couple of years now, and sustainability wasn't really a topic for us in the beginning. We didn't talk much about it. We talked about improving materials, improving the ability to use more recycled material. And actually, we had a sustainability story about our products making good things in the market. So if we kind of try to summarize it, we definitely improve the possibility for recycling. We can do that. A lot of our products end up in the renewable energy sector today. And last but not least, we very often make material better, longer lasting. So I think we have a really, really interesting sustainability story on the product level. If we look to the company internally, we are still a small company. We are getting better and better. We cannot make fantastic products in lousy factories. We need to have a certain standard internally also. We are telling that story in our yearly reports and so on. You can read about it, and it's actually progressing very nicely. When we are growing now, social aspects will be more and more important. We are increasing in number of people in the company. It has to be a great place to work at, simply. And we should also be a very transparent investment opportunity for you out there. But, and this is important, we are an innovation and R&D driven company. That's in the center of the company. We have a lot of our staff are working with the research and development. This is going to continue. This is what we are built on from the very beginning. We do a lot of patent applications. I think we have done 2 applications during this year, and we will continue with that. We have in our file 55 patents. So it's an important part of our business to innovate things and move forward. And that will continue. So last slide is actually why should you invest in our company? We have efficient solutions that actually will help customer to make better business. It's not that they need to use us, otherwise it doesn't work. That's not the case. They will make money on using Nexam products. The other thing is we definitely contribute to a better circularity of the plastic industry. We have a lot of solutions in this area, and that's something that will continue. And the last thing, we are just in the beginning of a growth journey. This will continue for quite some time, and we hope we have had quite nice success in some platforms, and we feel very confident that we will be able to also be successful in some more platforms during the coming years, and that will put even more fuel to the growth track we have initiated. So with that, I would like to thank you very much. Just one thing, if you go into our website, you can see a short animation of Nexam that presents the company. a little bit more quick and precise than what I've been able to do during these 15 minutes. So thank you very much.
And thank to you, Johan.
Thank you very much.
Quite an interesting company, and congratulations on the achieved success so far. You're growing quite nicely. Sales increased 26% in the first quarter. Could you give us a bit more flavor on what is driving your growth?
Our growth, it's actually windmills. We are selling materials that goes into this core material of blades for windmills. So when they build a lot of windmills, we sell a lot. And that has been a fantastic dynamic. It's also that we are selling to, and now we will be a little bit in the chemistry, but we are selling into PET foam. That's one core material. There are more core materials, but the PET foam is the one winning in the market in competition with other things like balsa wood, PVC foams, and so on. So we are growing with more windmills, and we are growing with more share for PET foams per blade.
Okay.
And that has been generated during the last 2 years. That will continue during this year, and then we hope we will also get into a few new platforms that start to have a real impact on our result.
Okay, I see. And could you mention one key innovation that you have done that you're perhaps more proud of than others, or something along those lines?
We have quite a number of innovations, and we are proud of them all. What we do is actually you have polymer molecules. Everything will be in the chemistry in the end. When you look to our company, it's sometimes you are in that area and you're in that area, and it sounds a bit fragmented. But everything gets together in the chemistry. It's the same kind of materials in the background. If it's a bottle or if it's
windmill,
shoes or a windmill. And so when you learned to modify these chemicals in one area, you can apply it in other areas. And that's what we learned early from the high temperature composite. And that's where we made a lot of innovations. We brought into the polyester and the windmills, and what we have learned there, we are now moving further into other areas like recycling.
I see. Interesting. And finally, what would you say investors have to look forward to in the next year from Nexam?
I hope to be able to present really solid quarters, quarter by quarter. It should move. I usually emphasize that growth is not a straight line, but there will be moving a little bit up and down. But the long-term trend is definitely we have a fantastic growth opportunity. We are 100% focused on taking this opportunity and make the company bigger, and we want to be an important player in the polymer world for a very, very long time.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck on your journey.
Thank you.
So we'll now take a short break and be back in just a few minutes with Ljusgårda. Join us then. Welcome back. It is now time for Andreas Wilhelmsson, CEO of Ljusgårda, to present. Welcome, Andreas.
Thank you. Let's see, do you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay, very good. So, hi everyone. My name is Andreas Wilhelmsson, CEO of Ljusgårda. Sorry for the a bit pixely video, but I hope you can hear me well and at least see the slides really, really good. So what we do at Ljusgårda is that we grow great tasting greens, or local lettuce, as we say, with good conscience that you can eat year round. Did you know that almost 80% of all fruits and vegetables that we eat here in Sweden are from other countries? And this is despite the fact that when you ask Swedish consumers, 7 out of 10 say that the most important thing when they're taking a buying decision in the store is that it's Swedish. And looking at the market here, where we have a huge supply and demand issue, fresh fruits and vegetables in retail, only in Sweden, is 40 billion crowns per year. So what do we do about it? Well, we took the concept of outdoors and brought it indoors, creating a 100% controlled ecosystem where we can grow under optimal conditions year-round without breaking a sweat about the weather. So we basically controlled what the Swedish singer Ted Gärdestad sing about, sun, wind and water. And we tweak these 3 things until we get the best tasting lettuce you ever had. And once we get that right, that's a digital recipe that we replicate again and again and again. So our journey started in 2017, where we started the company. 2018, we started to experiment and we grow a lot of different things, a lot of really bad tasting lettuce, I can tell you that. I had the worst lettuce of my life during 2018. But at the end of the year, we started to get it right. We started to get the recipe right, the technology right. So then we launched in our first store. And that went really well. So 2019, we started to launch some more stores, 13 different ICA stores, not only in our local region in Tibro, where we are, just next to Skövde, but also in Gothenburg and Jönköping, to see that it's not just a local hype thing. But all stores sold really, really good. So by June 2020, last year, we took the decision to build our first large-scale facility. So we just finished it just a month ago, a 7,000 square meter facility, which we have spent 135 million to build, basically 80 million coming from debt and the rest coming from equity, where we now are able to produce 60 tons of lettuce per month in less than a hectare. We just recently now secured our second facility, which is 18,000 square meters, also located here in Tibro, where we will start to build this summer and have that one operational by next spring. So this is our first facility, which is operating as we speak, an old industrial building in Tibro, where they did furniture back in the days. In this facility, we basically grow in a 2-step process. So we first of all grow in vertical stacked layers, which you can see to the picture to the right. And this is 1 line out of 4. And if you are Googling the concept vertical farming, as we are doing, you basically often see pictures that looks like it does to the right. But this is just our first step process. What we do when the plant is roughly 2 weeks old, a young plant, we move it to truly vertical wall, which you can see to the left here, which is a picture here of one of our total 15 grow rooms, which has 3 lines in total in a grow room, where they grow in another 3 weeks before they are ready to harvest. So we basically buy seeds, put them in a plug, and then we have the whole process until we have a bag of salad ready to deliver to the store. And if you're looking at the concept of growing indoors, of course, you are able to grow under optimal condition, but what does that mean really? Well, that of course means that you can have a constant quality mark, which of course is high because you tweak those 3 parameters, sun, wind and water, until you get it right. Until you get a product which has more nutrition in it, which tastes better and is a superior product. We have no pesticides whatsoever, and we have significantly longer shelf life compared to conventional bags of salad you can find today. So our bag of salad, I don't know if you've tasted it yet in a store near you, but we're talking at least 2 weeks shelf life. The store owner today is used to have 5 days before you need to throw away the salad. So that means for us, of course, a better consumer experience. It doesn't get destroyed in your fridge back home. But it also means that the one buying the fruits and vegetables in the store can be a bit more aggressive, because they know that, okay, if I buy a little bit too much this week, I will just simply buy less next week. I don't need to throw away anything. So the shrinkage is much less. And of course, as if you are familiar with vertical farming, we're talking huge water savings and land savings. I mean, 60 ton a month from less than a hectare, which is 720 ton per year. If you are a farmer in Sweden growing lettuce, you're happy to get 10 tons a year. So it's a huge productivity increase. This is our 2 products now, a crisp salad and a Swedish salad, as we call it, which of course is a mix. And when the customer comes and buy it in the store, this is the only bag of salad where you have the From Sweden brand, because salad most of the year in Sweden, which you find in bags, are not from Sweden, so you can't put that label on a traditional bag of salad. And it's also the only climate certified bag of salad you find in the store, and it's costing roughly the same as the imported bag of salad do, but you have all these premium benefits with it. So we currently sell to ICA and Coop. We have about 50 ICA stores a bit spread in Sweden, mostly in Västra Götaland currently. We launched 3 regions in Coop, so Västra Götaland, Halland, and Närke. We launched just last week. We will go nationwide with Coop, so there we're working centrally. Going nationwide by the autumn. ICA, we walk store by store. And by working with these 2 retailers, we're able to cover 70% of the retail market. And if you look at the difference on our salad, except the consumer experience, you have quite a difference in supply chain. So traditional bag salad is usually grown in Italy or Spain, sometimes a bit in the season we're coming into now, a bit Swedish in the summer, where you have a supply chain thing, which of course, first of all, you need to get the salad to Sweden. But once you're in Sweden also, if you're looking at part of the process here, which says washing and treatment and packaging, that process to wash a salad and make sure that you don't find any soil in your salad, you don't find any pesticides in your salad, that's an expensive process. So although our actual cost of harvesting a kilo salad is higher than a conventional farmer in Italy, the cost for us to produce a bag of salad is actually the same as the conventional way of producing a bag of salad, because the refinement process and the supply chain add so much cost that we become cost competitive. And speaking about pesticides, Råd and Rön, a Swedish magazine, made an article, it's a month from now roughly, where they tested bags of salad in Sweden to see, did they find anyone with traces of pesticides? And it was half of the bagged salads they tested that had traces of pesticides. Many of them also had forbidden pesticides that they find traces of. So, of course, we're solving this issue. We're coming with a premium product, which we charge a bit more for, but our cost of producing that product is actually the same, roughly, as the conventional one. So what's our approach to vertical farming? Well, if you take the conventional approach, as I said, you don't need to wash it, you have efficiency and so on, but how are we different from others? Because we are not the only one in the world doing vertical farming right now. And to answer that, I usually explain that we have an industrial approach. We are coming from a region, if you summarize all the cities, called Skaraborg. That's 265,000 people that have a total of 800 manufacturing industries in the region. Many of them is also related to food. So you have big food companies like Dafgård, Scan, Arla, Semper, and so on. And of course, you have the cars manufacturing industries as well. And all of this has created a region where people are really good at automation, creating a good operation flow, and so on. So what we have done at Ljusgårda is taking all of that knowledge, creating that as a backbone in the company. So when we look at the team and so on, it's people who know how to run a factory at large scale. So we have kept the scope small. We haven't tested to grow 100 different plants. We are really good at growing 5. So I usually say, comparing us to other vertical farmers, we are not the best in the world when it comes to how many kilos do we get per square meter or per hectare. But we're good. We're not the best in the world when it comes to how much capex do we need to spend to produce a kilo of salad, but we are one of the best in the world. But what we are really, really good at, and where we are the best in the world, is the total unit economics. We are the world when it comes to how much capex do we need to spend to produce a certain amount of profit. Why? Because we don't only spend our capex into make sure that the plants are good and grow well. We spend it into our own innovation and technology, which enables automation here. So you don't need that much staff involved in your factory. You create a really slim one, which works good and predictable. This is a second factory, which we are just about to start changing. So there's actually being furnitures built in this factory as we speak. So they need to move out, but they're soon out. This is 18,000 square meters where we will grow spinach and rocket salad. And with those new products by spring, of course, we will get more revenue per store, but we will also be able to launch more stores than we have today. So if you are interested to know a bit more about Ljusgårda, and I'm really hoping you have good questions for me now, I'm happy to answer them, you're able to check out one of these 2 videos. One is called Bring Home the Food. It's a Swedish video. Both of these are in Swedish. So if you don't know Swedish, I'm sorry. Let's see if we get us English translate up sometime. But that's a testament on what we're doing, our vision to make sure that we eat Swedish salad in Sweden. The other one is a bit more technical, explaining exactly how we grow at Ljusgårda. So with that, I'm hoping you have a lot of questions for me.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Andreas. Interesting indeed. We actually can start off with a question from the audience. Is the harvesting done manually, or how do you go about it?
So last week we did it manually. This week we do it manually. Next week that's a machine. So it's getting installed as we speak.
So that's going to improve your economics even more, or?
Yeah, of course. So we have 2 machinery lines which are coming online next week and the week after that, which of course is increasing the productivity. So yes, but it's things that we already tested and built. So it's just about installing it in the production line.
Okay. So vertical farming, what would you say have been the biggest hurdles to overcome to reach, industrial or commercial scale?
2 things surprise me when I talk to other vertical farmers. One is that people say they have a problem with sales. I don't know what rock they're living under, because we are having huge problems with meeting demand instead. But of course, that's due to us, thanks to our industrial approach, having a better cost structure, which of course makes us being able to not charge 50% higher. We are taking 1 crown maybe compared to what they're paying today. So that might be one effect. So we have been able to secure the 2 biggest retail chains in Sweden. The other thing, what has been the hurdles when it comes to automation itself, that's not one straight answer where it's this. But I would say that most indoor farmers or vertical farmers, they are quite good at controlling their light and their air and their water, if they're large scale, if they have been doing this for a while. But not many of them are good at creating a good process for harvesting, planting, taking care of the factory, packaging line, and so on. And that's where we are really good.
Are there any technological innovations involved as well, or is it the processes that are the most important?
Yeah, there are some innovation, of course, in the technology we have built to be able to build this automation. Some of it is off the shelf. You don't need to create a packaging machine from start. You have quite many packaging machines around the world, but a planting machine or a harvesting machine built for our system, our growing system that you saw that we move it to after the first step of the process, that of course is custom to us, which is coming from being able to automate this in a good way.
I see. I look very much forward to following you the next year. What should I keep an eye out for?
You should watch out when we're coming to Stockholm, which will be quite soon, so you're able to buy it locally.
And from an investor's point of view?
From an investor point of view, we are about to raise capital now, so we will do a 500 million crowns round to be able to fund not just the next factory, but a couple of factories ahead. So if anyone is interested, where ticket size is minimum 50 million, it's just to reach out.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Good luck on your journey, and I hope to see you again in the future. Bye for now.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care. So we will now take a few minutes break and be back just soon with another exciting presentation. Join us then. Welcome back. It is now time for Martin Edlund, CEO of Minesto, to present his company. Welcome, Martin.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, or at least virtually. First time in my professional life I haven't been to Stockholm for a year. I hope that will not be the continuous way of working, even if it's effective for this sector. I'm going to run through Minesto's status and some of our future plans. Some of you have heard of us before, but I'll give you some of the general background as well. So what you see here is a picture of our system being towed out to its first electricity production event to the grid in the Faroe Islands, to our customer Sev there. So this winter has been a pivoting time in the development of Minesto as a company, with the delivery of electricity to grid in a customer setting. The company has a history, a classic startup history of proving the technology, several rounds of venture capital funding, with two solid owners with us since almost the beginning, Midrock in Stockholm and BGA in the south of Sweden. We are today the highest value marine energy company in the world, listed on Nasdaq First North, market cap around 300 million euros. We are also today the new renewable energy technology with the heaviest backing from the EU and the public sphere. With the money invested, it's around 35–40% from that sphere. So whether you like it or not, I guess you're all already investors in Minesto via your taxes in that sense. But that's a good solid background for us to have also moving into the future. We are also heavily protected patent-wise with this unique technology that I will show you. And the uniqueness of the technology is not just something that is cool and fun for engineers. That uniqueness is associated with clear functionality that opens up tidal and ocean current energy to a global market, not just a niche market. And it also makes us today the by far most cost-effective alternative among the ocean energy technologies. And they are quite a few today. Our claim is rather simple in that sense. It is that when the technology matures in a quick sort of quick learning curve iteration, we will be more cost competitive than offshore wind, which today is considered a commercial technology standing on its own legs. We have an exciting project pipeline together with global brands such as EDF and Schneider Electric, together with a local customer in the Faroe Islands. And that's expanding even further the year ahead. And all in all, this makes us, for first movers in the marine energy sector, it makes us potentially the most commercial attractive offer for project investors. We fly a kite in the ocean current. So this is far from what is more known, the wave energy. We use an energy source, a natural resource that is much more accessible than what waves constitute. This is linear kinetic energy, and it's really easy to convert it into electricity since it's a linear, steady movement. The way we do it with this swept area in a trajectory that you will see here in a moment, it's also a way of sweeping a large area and collect energy from a larger cross-section of the sea. And that is the key to addressing the real natural resource, which exists in basically all oceans around the world, but the flows are too low for a conventional horizontal axis turbine, let's call it a submerged windmill. So the link between the value of the company and the technology is really tight in that sense. That's also why the strong patent portfolio makes sense moving forward. We use on a subsystem level, on a component level, a lot of known and proven solutions and technologies. The real uniqueness lies on the higher system level, the sort of the integrated airplane, the control software in doing it, and also the tether, the way the system is attached to the seabed has some clever aspects to it. And that makes it also solid for us to rely on existing supply chains in the marine sector to move the technology into mass production. We address two markets. What we have ready and now is running to the grid in the Faroe Islands is 200 kilowatt units, and that concept that constitutes now sort of the first project offer ready to deliver, and a scale up is now in manufacturing on this 100 kilowatt unit to a 1 megawatt plus unit that we then may label sort of a utility scale opportunity. This is, of course, where the big market in volume and financially is to build underwater arrays and parks. But the microgrid market is an important step-in market where we can address markets with higher electricity prices, power to X, remote areas that are today heavily diesel genset dependent, which then makes our technology quickly commercial because of the existing high energy prices in that context. So I think that's sort of some on the technology, and the business model of Minesto is pretty straightforward. To the left, you see the core business of delivering systems, hardware, including balance of plant component that are unique to us, which expands the value of each hardware sales, and then conventional addition of service, maintenance, spare parts. But as you can imagine, since we address a unique natural resource, it wouldn't be clever just to sit around and wait for the renewable site developers to move on their own. So we are engaging with them in different constellations to set up the first phases of site development. And we are active now, hands-on in 4 locations in Asia, in the US, in the Faroe Islands, and within the EU, also North Wales. So that's sort of a market entry enabling activity for us. And we also see that it's really low step-in costs to be active here, and that the bigger portion of investments here on the project side is going to be work with project investments on specific SPVs set up for the different sites, not to compromise the balance sheet of the mother company, Minesto. Of course, we have requests and discussions with actors on licensing the technology to far-fetched markets. We've made an active decision not to engage too deep into those discussions at the moment, to really have the technology in a commercial rollout phase before we engage in that discussion. And that's, of course, more closed markets such as Korea and Japan, Taiwan, that may be the first ones that we will consider for such an opportunity. The most important aspect of new energy technologies is that they can prove a cost reduction trajectory that makes them relevant and affordable on a global scale. We are there. This is our in-depth analysis based on actual analysis of the existing structure with the existing supply chain, based on the performance levels of the system that we have proven in commercial scale. It's a conventional modest learning curve applied, and as you can see, the step-in projects, the 10 to 100 first megawatts here, will enter market and project financing, the project financing context, at a significantly lower LCOE level than any other new renewable technology. So if you look back at solar and wind, they entered the market at significantly higher, even the double price levels of what we see here. So this is a clearly attractive offer for first movers. You can always argue then, why do we need new renewable technologies when we have at least solar and wind as mature ones? Well, I think it's obvious to anyone that if we want to get to the net zero context, that we will need to compensate for the lack of stability and predictability with solar and wind. At night and at winter, solar is in most areas not a good option without massive storage. Wind is volatile and uncertain. We've seen now several occasions on markets where the penetration of wind as a generation technology, when that grows 40, 50, 60% of the energy, we get an imbalanced energy network. And that means that storage, serious change in consumption patterns would be the only way of moving forward, apart from adding new renewable energy sources. And it's definitely so that storage, long-term or seasonal storage at large scale, are technologies far behind the maturity levels of what we represent. And we need just to accept that this will burden the electricity bills for everyone when we approach higher penetration of renewables. And this is where we come in. And it's easy to see in the step-in markets where we are, that even higher entry price levels, we are a cheaper alternative for someone with an agenda to push towards net zero. The first customer in the Faroe Islands is such an actor, with a clear political decision to be fully renewable, including transport on land in the Faroes already by 2030, in 9 years. And they do the maths their own and see that the price levels we can offer is cheaper than a massive build out of storage and build out of an overcapacity of wind, where you may talk in that context about an overcapacity of perhaps 50%. And that should then, of course, be added to the cost of energy when seeing the real numbers in that sense. So I think we have a really strong case in this. It's 500 million Swedish kronor in sales just for this niche market, or geographic niche market with the Faroe Islands. So with the project pipeline at large, I think we have enough to deal with for the years ahead to get the commercial wheels really turning for Minesto. You see in this pipeline also ocean current sites in Taiwan and Florida now in development, and this makes the commercial rollout opportunity driven. It makes it possible for us to work on different funding constellations when we move forward here. We've proven the systems in all aspects. There are no white spots on the map related to functionality and performance with Minesto's technology. Everything from installation, service maintenance, recovery, installation, all emergency modes, park modes, you name it. You can imagine when you fly those things underwater that there are a few things to keep track of. We've proven all aspects of this at commercial scale this winter and spring. And the systems are now back in the Faroes for continued electricity production and work with our customers to expand the sites. We're in parallel now working with scale up. The 10 megawatt step is the next one for us. There are 2 hands-on locations where consenting, port access, and local commitment and stakeholders are in place. Scale up in the Faroes and our site in Holyhead in Wales. And with us into those contexts now since a few months back, we have a global leader in renewable energy projects and technology and system integration in Schneider Electric. We are their strategic partner and their choice among the marine energy technologies to speed up and move commercialization of blue energy into the consumer, into the commercial sphere. This collaboration is on technology, on market, and also on project finance activities. Very important for Minesto, and it's good to welcome the large players back into the marine energy sector. So we deliver on those relationships and projects. We scale up the technology. Next summer, a 1 megawatt plus unit will fly in Wales. And we also work on new opportunities, expanding the project portfolio, not for the short term, but the medium term growth perspective that will be needed with the lead times in energy sector. So I hope this rather quick flyby of what we're doing is of value to you, and I would more than welcome some questions. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Martin. Let's jump right in. So we have a question from the audience. In terms of production cost per kilowatt, how competitive is your technology?
The technology is, as I said, will within a few megawatts of installation, a few projects, be lower than offshore wind can offer today. They are also on a learning curve trajectory, but not as steep as ours. And that's generic with the use of material, with cost-effective service maintenance, and the actual energy conversion efficiency. So I think we're in a really good position to be the actor that moves blue energy into the commercial sphere.
I see. And another question here: how many Drakes can you mass produce today?
The manufacturing capacity at the existing commissioned assembly hall is around tens of units per quarter, and the supply chain is in place. So we are really satisfied with the ones we work with today, and several of them are global players with the capacity to deliver at that scale with no problem whatsoever. Good.
And when can we expect to hear more in regards of the DNV-GE verification of power production?
We have short term, we've said that we're only sharing the verified production data with our partners under NDA. So I'd say that's the status right now. We've not made any public statements on when we will publish that. And I think since the interest from the market is so high, obviously on that aspect, I think I will be a little bit careful with commenting that one. But it's not sort of a it's not going to happen, you know, tomorrow. But it's definitely something we will do this year, I can say at least.
Yeah. How do you ensure that there is no collisions with commercial or recreational sea traffic?
Well, this is fully submerged, and the sites that we work with now, we have a clearance depth. So the vessel traffic then will be defined for a certain draft. The absolute largest oil tankers will not be able to pass over in all sites, and in some locations we will fence off areas, as with fish farming or oil and gas or whatever. But for the first sites, we can allow traffic down to, in Holyhead, it's a 20-meter clearance, and in Vestmanna, it's a 12-meter clearance, if I recall correct, which is more than enough for all traffic in those areas.
Okay. And how about competition within blue energy? Is there anyone who is doing the same thing as you are?
No one is doing the same thing with the same principle, because we have a fundamental patent to protect this principle from extracting energy with this kite flying principle in water. But if you look at the tidal sector, there are more than 100 projects. I think they counted in 2019 to 150 companies and projects, you know, attracted by the massive energy there. Most of them, for not to say all of them, are horizontal axis turbines, submerged windmills, associated with a lot of challenges to expand the market and to get it cost effective. 20 times heavier, limited to really, really high flows to get their financial numbers together, and still on a higher level than where we are. So I'd say that it's no, let's say it's not a matter of being too cocky or brave to say that we are by far the game changer in this industry. And I think that is proven by the market cap and the attraction that we draw from global players in our sort of recent progress.
Okay, Martin, thank you very much. I think that's a perfect note to end it on. So once again, thank you for presenting, and good luck on the good things you're doing.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you. Hope to see you in Stockholm live next time.
Looking forward to that. Bye for now. So we'll take a short break and be back in just a few minutes. Join us then. So welcome back, everyone. It is now time for JonDeTech to present, and we have with us interim CEO Leif Borg and head of strategy on the board, Jan Johannesson. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Should I move? Yes. That is the first slide. My name is Leif Borg, acting CEO at JonDeTech. JonDeTech Sensors is a product and a production company based in Stockholm. We are designing our own IPs towards nanothreads technology and creating sensor elements. We have a fabless structure in the model that we don't have the long-term target to really establish either capacity or sales forces in a big amount in Stockholm. But more to that in our presentation. We can really see that our aim is to join the market with a competitive sensor element. We have a new technology that can really affect the market quite dramatically, and we are in the stage to really perform the evaluation at our big company in Varoprint. So really going from R&D phase to production. So with me today we have John Johannesson, and we will join forces to really present the company today. So welcome. Moving picture. Just starting up with the product itself. Just a short introduction of that one. We have a really thin plastic substrate. It's almost an ordinary plastic material that we beam up to really create small lines or areas towards the plastic. We fill that up with nanothreads of 2 different metals, and we connect these bins together with a long chain to create a thermometer. So it's more or less a simple plastic membrane that we can feel the difference between the temperature on the top side and the bottom side. And this creates a signal out to an element to really start up or close a function. So it's a small membrane to really make this happen. If you look at the right corner, you can see the small element. The standard material that we have as a first product on the market is 3 × 3 millimeter in footprint. Small plastic substrate where we integrated the pads to connect them to the surface and mount them already without extra effort. So more about the threads and everything about the product, I leave to John to continue.
Thank you, Leif. Yes, my name is John Johannesson. I'm working as the head of strategy in JonDeTech, and also quite recently elected as a board member. So as Leif's explained about the structure of the sensor itself, what is important to say as well is that we have a choice of material that excludes us from being a semiconductor player. We are not in that domain, and that is really important to state. And we believe that our customers are actually looking for an alternative to semiconductors. We base our sensor on a plastic material on 2 metals, and that's basically it. And then we combine that with a very complicated engineering method to make it happen, which is then part of our offering. But in the end, what we can produce in high volume, according to our roadmap, is this very, very small sensor, which is ready for integration into a customer product without any other further type of say, refinement needed. So that's basically it. I think we changed the slide there, Leif, for
yes.
The next one.
Yeah, and we go.
Yeah.
So I take some opportunity to present the company, and again talking about the nano threads that we are aiming to produce in this plastic material. The first defined product is an IR sensor, when we can measure temperature differences by distance. But our technology is more than IR sensor. We have a future of heat flux, where we can really measure direct contact to identify temperature differences towards windows, tanks, or even smart connection to man or to people. And 2 other areas that we are evaluating right now is TEG, energy harvest, and the possibility to meet measurement of gas sensors. But our aim right now is to go to the market with the IR sensor, the construction, and we have passed the product design that we had through an institute in Germany, 2019. We then started a tech transfer to Varioprint as our selected support partner. And we are now in the stage where we have moved all process steps towards Varioprint, and we are now turning a lot of actions towards getting the prototype production up and running. And then hopefully our time plan will be presented in the next picture. We can really say that we are aiming for industrial production in high volume starting 2022. And as you can see, the IR sensor, we have a direction towards O-film, and Jon will talk more about them. We'll support that. I will lead a little bit into this area. When I started in the company 2018, we had an institute performing the production area, and we had some small scale design houses in Scandinavia that really had a dialogue with to really make the step into the market. But when we really calculated and saw the big benefits in the high volume production, we saw that we are aiming for Asia and looking for really big OEMs, so we can see where we're heading. Companies that are really accessing the big market directly with the sales forces and everything. So one of the target was to find a really suitable partner for our lead applications, and O-film was selected during 2019, and some partnerships designed 2020. And meanwhile, where we had the confirmation that we had a high volume customer on hand, we saw that we aiming for a really high volume PCB production partner, because many of the production steps are really standard PCB steps. So we could really use and utilize existing equipment as a PCB manufacturer has. We evaluated two of them during 19 and 20 and selected Varioprint as a perfect partner for us to go to the market during January 2021. So with that said, I believe that we have two really good partners to show us and help us to go to the market. And to really say what's going to happen and when, we took a 2-year roadmap and really said that we have to really secure the business towards Varioprint. We had some really great and important milestones that we have to achieve during this 2-year period. And we also went to Eurostar for an application. So both us and Varioprint has a grant, funding from Eurostar application of 5 million SEK each. So that's great to support us during 2021. And we said we need to secure this time frame table to Varioprint and also to O-film. So everyone is aligned where the targets are and the time frame for that. To really sum up this picture, we can say that during Q1 2021, we have moved all the process steps into Varioprint facility. And since 2021, in January, we are really fine-tuning the parameters on the recipe so we can settle in a new environment. We're going from a semi-manual process equipment to a full automatic ISO-certified equipment at Varioprint. So we have a step change there in both capability but also quality. So the time frame, the arrow here shows that during this year we will have collected the first working sample from Varioprint and a rather high volume of engineering samples that we can really deliver to O-film to secure the high volume flow. And our target is that when we pass into Q1 2022, we will enter the commercial phase where we have a commercial production at Varoprint supporting a supply to customer from Q1 2022 and ongoing. And the time frame here is really saying that during 2022 we will accelerate the capacity at Varoprint, trim the business and have some capex to really expand. But this is more a ramp-up function. We will go from a couple of 100,000 sensors a month in the beginning of the year towards at least 1 million a month during summer and up to 5 million or more during end of 2022. The long-term goal for the production unit at Varoprint is roughly 1 billion sensors a year, but that's not in near future. That will be happening 23 or 24. But the long-term target with Varoprint is 1 billion sensors. Mm-hmm. Something to add on, Jan?
I think we change. I think we change to the ecosystem and discuss that a little bit. So we are looking at 3 main application areas for the sensor, and it's all really about presence and absence detection for the first 2 ones that we see in this slide. It's about key locks and also laptops, and these 2 areas are the ones we are discussing a lot with OFilm and have already made quite some joint development in terms of securing that we have the right application software in place when we are ready for going to volume production. For the right-hand side here with the handsets and with the accessories, we are mainly focusing on the accessories part, where we see a very rapid growth in terms of earphones, and specifically the in-ear applications are gaining a lot of volume at the moment in the market. And there we believe there are a lot of health data to be gathered and to be processed, and also to be able to control your handset from the earpiece. And our sensor can play a key role here, measuring temperature directly into your ear, and also be able to detect presence and absence with, for example, hand movement outside of the earpiece. Around 1 billion plus units per year, we believe, is the rough estimate on our addressable market. And we expect those to be addressed over these segments. I think we change to the next slide, and OFilm is a key player for us. They are a module manufacturer in China. We also put them in a central position in the ecosystem where we operate. And we have also put out a few other examples here, like BOE and Lighton in this map. We, as JonDeTech, we are a component supplier with some system software and application software capabilities. We place ourselves next to companies like Qualcomm, Intel, NVIDIA in this chart. And together with the module manufacturer, we are ready to serve the OEMs out on the top end of this chart. This is a very efficient model of approaching the market. I have myself experience from other companies, including, for example, fingerprint cards, where operating in a similar mode has proven to be very efficient and yielding high volumes over time. I think we change again, Leif, to summarize the part here. And I just want to say, as I mentioned, I have a background also in fingerprint cards, and I've seen the necessary steps there and being an essential part of mapping out the strategy and executing on the strategy. So I see that we have similar challenges and possibilities in JonDeTech, not replicating exactly the same thing as fingerprint cards did, but big similarities, and that's what I bring in with my experience into the game here. And with that, I leave over to you, Leif, to end up the presentation.
Thank you for the possibility for us to present the company. And I would just want to sum up that we are, JonDeTech is a product and production company based in Stockholm. We use a fabless model to go to the market and to the really big areas. We have a IR sensor developed that we are performing now and really setting up at Varoprint. We have several verticals ongoing in the future, heat flow and gas sensors. But we are in a stage right now that we are going from really developing the product to finalize the production unit to go to the market. So 2021 will be a really huge and important year for us to have a good start at 2022 selling product to the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Leif and Jan. Very interesting presentation. And also congratulations on the recent grant you got for 500,000 euros. And I would like to kick off by asking you, what are the biggest benefits, competitive benefits with your infrared sensors compared to existing in the market?
Well, I would say that our customers recognize us for actually operating in the non-semiconductor area. That's one important item, as we know there is a shortage of semiconductor products in the market at the moment, and the distribution over the semiconductor market is of course big when it comes to the shortage as such. But from our perspective and our dialogues we have with the customers is that they are keen to find alternatives, and we offer something that is easy to understand and easy to apply as well into the the systems they are building, and the hunt for new technology steps is always out there in the high-tech industry. So that's really what separates us from other IR detectors as such. The functionality is very similar. That's sort of inherent in the function itself, that IR detection is IR detection, but we separate us with the technology and the build-up of the sensor.
Thank you. And you have recently published your roadmap to high volume production, which is something you have not done before. Can you elaborate on why you feel comfortable going out with such a detailed plan now, and what does this mean for the company?
I can say that when we take that one. One of the really contributions that we can really set up a time frame is that we have established all production processes at Vator. They are a really serious partner for us, and the collaboration and the progress we have right now during the first month of 2021 really supports that we are going to finalize the production unit during this year. So the confidence is really coming from the partnership with Vator.
Okay. I think you touched upon this in the presentation, but I'm going to repeat the question from the audience anyway. What indication can you give about when the 100 million per year volume production can be reached?
I could say that during beginning of next year, we will utilize the bottleneck fully, and that will create us about roughly 10 million, and we will increase the volume during 2022. To really estimate when we will pass 100 million a year, I would roughly say that we will absolutely be at the end of 2023 until we're there. And it's a question about capex dialogue, decisions, and installing new equipment.
And what can you tell us about? What can you tell us about cost and sales price in high volumes?
Well, we haven't commented much on that, but we have indicated that our addressable market of roughly 1 billion units would yield us a sales potential of above 5 billion Swedish krona. So we expect the sensor element as such, the sensing item that we sell is in a $1 price point for the IR application. The other application areas will have other price points, and there we are working clearly with value-based pricing and so on. And combining this with the volume production possibilities that we see, we expect quite a healthy business here, and we will of course come back to this when we are closer to production and also discuss our margin development.
Thank you. So just a final question then. While your infrared sensors are the application of your nanotechnology closest to the market, you also have some existing innovations regarding gas sensors and heat flux. Could you please elaborate on what opportunities you might have in those spaces?
I can
So
take
heat
that.
flux.
Yes.
Please. I can say that heat flux is a adjacent type of sensing method that we have to the IR sensor. So that is probably rather quick to implementation from where we stand today. But it is applied in different ways, like being able to fix it on wall. We have contact measurement in that case, for example. Gas is clearly a little bit further out in time, but I let that for you, Leif. Sorry, I collided with you here on commenting, but please go ahead and talk
No problem.
on the gas part. Yeah.
Just want to add that we have an evaluation right now through a customer to evaluate the heat flux. But the gas sensor, we have on the drawing board right now a design phase that we are creating a model just for starting the trials of gas. But that's a little bit delayed, and we have full focus now really to reach the market with the IR sensor. So right now the gas sensor is on the drawing table.
Okay, so having said that, I would like to stress once again that it will be very exciting to follow you on your roadmap to high volume production, as you have called it. It's a very exciting stage in the life of the company, I understand. I want to thank you very much, both of you, for presenting here today, and I wish you best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
So, a short break. Join us again in 2 minutes when we will get another exciting presentation. Welcome back. It is now time for Resolution Games CEO Tommy Palm to present. Welcome, Tommy.
Thank you. So yes, my name is Tommy Palm. I'm the founder and CEO of Resolution Games. We're a VR studio making games for what we call visual computing. So both virtual reality and a little bit of augmented reality. These are two technologies that are in the makings, so to speak. We're at the early stage of this. We have a big office here in Stockholm, just next to where we're standing right now, with almost 100 people. And it's a very exciting time in the market right now when a lot of things is happening. So to this date, mobile games have been the biggest gaming platform so far. And we believe that VR and AR will be even bigger than that. And traditionally, as new game platforms are introduced, new leaders have been able to grow from those platforms. And clearly, you can see historically that those leaders tend to take a rather large chunk of the market, 2% or up. And we believe that we're in a very good position to become one of these leaders. Right now, we have the most games of any other VR studio released on Oculus Quest, which is one of the biggest VR systems in the market. So very exciting time right now. I want to start showing a part of a bigger chart that's showing the rise of different platforms. And here in the red, you can see mobile games, which is the biggest game platforms, as I said, with about $85 billion revenue last year. And the whole gaming market, according to this chart, is 165 billion. And you can see VR as a very slim little tail that's been around now. Our company started in the beginning of 2015, and the first commercial VR hardware came out in the end of that year, I think. And then 2016 was a big year when a lot of people invested money in VR, but it was still too early. It was there was a hype and then a reduction in the market. But you will typically have that behavior on different platforms. But now we are in a very much stronger position with hardware. I mentioned the Oculus Quest, which is a headset that is owned by Facebook. And that is a standalone headset, doesn't require any other computer or something. You just buy the headset for $300, and you can then download games directly to that. And that's been working really great. So that's good to see. I am having some technical difficulty, I think. Hang on. I'll try to go back here. Sorry about that. All right, I'm not quite sure. Are you familiar with this, or could you get somebody to help us here? Yes. Det ser ut som att det funkar på den nästa slide liksom. All right. I'll continue from here. Sorry for that. As I said, we're about 100 people in the company right now. Most of us are here in Stockholm. We raised a Series A round back in 2015, and since we also raised a B round, in total of $13.5 million. We've been profitable for the last 5 years. And we have some great investors behind us, like Google Ventures, Partech, Creandum, and Bonnier, also GP Bullhound. And it's been a very productive time for us. Our first game, Bait, was released in 2016. It's one of the biggest games in terms of downloads on VR right now, with more than 4 million downloads. And I think we have released 14 games so far. So we've been able to both grow the company rather rapidly and still keep profits up a little bit. We had a turnover about $9.2 million last year, and we're more than doubling that this year. So here's a timeline of some of the games that we released. More notable is that the games we have done for the last 2 years or so have been focused on multiplayer. That's been something that we are huge believers in. One of the fantastic things with virtual reality is that you have this sense of presence. So if you are playing together with somebody else or being in a virtual world with somebody else, it feels like you're actually very close to each other, even though you might be on the different side of the globe. But in the beginning of an industry, it's very hard to make multiplayer games, as there's just not enough people concurrently online. But that has been changing lately, and we have released several successful multiplayer games, such as Acron and Blaston, and now recently a game called Demio. And it is a little bit more technically complex to make multiplayer games, but there is a great benefit if you succeed. People are more willing to engage longer in the game and pay more as well. In the past, we have been focusing a lot on games that are rather family friendly and not violent, that can be open for anyone. We believe strongly that this is going to be a really big game platform with appeal to everyone, just not the traditional gamers. Most of the IPs we have done internally, but with Angry Birds we collaborated with Rovio and licensed their IP for a game called Isle of Pigs. That's been successful. We launched that back in 2017. But as I said, now the focus have been more on multiplayer. Blaston is a title that is something between a game and the sport. So you duel against other people and you have to dodge bullets. So you grab toy-like guns from midair and shoot at your opponent. And it's very physically demanding, as you need to really move your body. Like Neo in Matrix was a reference that we had when we developed the game. Just a month ago, we released Demio, which has been a top seller in both the Oculus Quest market and also on Steam. It's more of a tabletop RPG game where you move miniatures, either with people online or with your friends over the internet. We are continue betting heavily on these type of worlds where you are in the game simultaneously and talk to other people. We also make sure that it's very interesting to spectate the game. A really strong trend in gaming in general is people love to watch matches and game material, both on flat screen, on YouTube and Twitch, but also in virtual reality. We have developed a backend platform, a set of APIs that we use, that we call internally Fidelity, that helps us build games quicker and go to market. A lot of the components we can reuse. Other than that, we built this on top of existing game engines. As I mentioned, the VR market has been had its up and downs quite a lot. It started, I tested VR back in '92 the first time, and I was convinced that this was tech that would happen eventually. You can now be inside of the video games, which is an incredibly powerful thing. But in 2016, the big hope didn't really pay off as it was very expensive, and you needed to be tethered to a computer, which was rather awkward and scared away a lot of the more casual components. But that has been solved with some of the newer platforms. So we are seeing a lot of growth and a lot of interest starting now, especially driven by the US, where about 70% of our paying customers come from. In Sweden, where we are right now, it's been a little bit slow on the uppick. We're a very small country, but we're very strong at developing games, which is great. So hopefully we can be part of this really big trend that is happening. I like to compare it with the rise of home computers or internet, the impact that it will have on businesses and our everyday life. It's very hard to see what services it will lead to. but it will be very transformative. And if you're following Facebook's quarterly reports, Mark Zuckerberg has said that about 10,000 people in their organization is working very hard on virtual reality and augmented reality. A lot of the tech giants in the US are betting heavily on these platforms, which is very exciting. This is a chart from Ernst & Young projecting the growth of the VR and AR market. And we can see that just the video game segment is somewhere in the $27 billion in 2025. We definitely believe that this will be a really big market, and having 2% of that market would lead to an annual revenue about more than $500 million. So that could put the valuation to the company in the billions, which is an exciting opportunity to strive for. We believe as a company that our areas of focus needs to be on the things that are pretty difficult to master. So around spectating, building communities. We have recently released a social hangout to one of our games, and the idea is to bring that social hangouts to more games, so that you can meet up with people very easily. And we see that is working really well. We have also integrated with other services, like Discord, for instance, is a very big flat screen service for gamers where they can go in and chat. And that also helps mitigate. You can't today bring VR to your school break or something like that. But with a Discord you can have on your mobile, so you can connect with the community and continue the conversation outside the actual games, which is one of the really great things with games, that they are very interactive and social experience. And I think that we're seeing this transformation happening everywhere in society. Recently read about alcohol consumption going down in teens. And I definitely think that the interest around video games is one of the contributing factors, something like that. All right, that's all what I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tommy. This really feels like a glimpse into the future, both short-term, mid-term, and long-term. And it strikes me with VR that this kind of followed the pretty common pattern that at first expectations were really high, that things are going to happen tomorrow, and then they didn't, and everyone was like, okay, that's going to be a long time before we see a major change. And now I think people are rather underestimating the change that is coming short term. You touched upon that in your presentation, showing us some nice graphs taking off. You mentioned that the platforms are the enablers of this taking place now. Is it just the platforms, or could you give us some more flavor to why it's happening now?
Well, I think it's like always in these scenarios, it's a combination, of course, of the hardware that needs to be good enough. And then when the hardware is good enough, then the ball is in the court of the software developers like us. And the experience that you have has to be great enough for you to want to come back. And of course, it's pretty uncomfortable to actually strap something on your face and have it over your hair. So social experience, for instance, is a great example of when it's totally worth it if you're far away. And we recently came through a pandemic where I think, unfortunately, it would have been great if more people had VR at home and would be comfortable using them. So grandma, for instance, could
VR instead of FaceTime.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's definitely one of the places where virtual reality and augmented reality will shine through and eventually replace what video calls.
So you're one of the leading companies within this space. Are there any competitors you could mention for us?
Yes, we have a few good companies here in Sweden, like Fast Travel Games. It's a studio. There is also great companies in England, like Endreams, and a lot of the initiatives are in the US. So the biggest competitors to us, I think, is companies like Rec Room and VR Chat, that is focusing on the social component itself and looking at metrics around people staying around and coming back and engagement. That is the key factor here.
Mm. And applications outside of the entertainment industry, you mentioned kind of staying in touch with your loved ones. Anything else you would like to point out?
Yeah, I mentioned a little bit on physical activity, and I think that's a really interesting one. A lot of people my age start to worry about moving enough. You have a very stationary job, and with virtual reality, you can have a virtual gym in your home without even thinking about it. You're doing something incredibly fun, and you're losing a lot of calories. That I think can be very, very positive. We've seen that with young people. They're also a little bit too stationary when they play in general. But since in virtual reality you're using your hands and you track the body, then it's very positive on that aspect. We also have traveling, for instance, which is another strong virtual traveling.
So you could experience like Times Square or those type of places in virtual reality, you mean?
Absolutely. Or what better place to learn a language than sitting on a nice outside cafe in France and talking to the waiter, and you can really simulate very exotic experiences.
Okay, and what do we have to look forward to from you in the next year or so? If you could, tease us or make some, a wish list.
Yeah, so we recently released Demio, as I said, 1 month ago, and that's been received really, really strongly. We had more than $500,000 sale in less than 48 hours, and typically you have a very nice longevity of these type of games that continue to sell after a while. So we're working very hard with that. We're releasing a module, like a little booklet that will be the next adventure here in the summer. Other than that, we're kind of doubling down on the social aspects of playing VR games.
Okay, so just finally on a personal note, being the father of two small kids, I would like to advise you to, in every game, put in some, sequence after a preset time of amount of time to, okay, let's take a break, kids, do some nice movements, stay healthy. Perhaps that won't improve your key metrics from day one, but still in the long run, I think it will be appreciated.
Yeah. Good. Nintendo has done a tremendous job on doing that and really kind of making sure that everything is family friendly. And I think they're really showing how things should be done.
Perfect. So thank you once again for a very interesting presentation. And I think the future looks very bright for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great to be here.
So, time for another short break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. It is now time for Pharem Biotech and CEO Martin Ryen. Welcome, Martin.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Martin Ryen. I'm the CEO and founder of Pharem. And we work with water technologies based on actually natural processes to create a more sustainable water industry. Our journey started targeting different type of chemicals. Most people know them by the problem they causes. For example, my research started with antibiotic resistance and looking into how enzymes can break down antibiotics to prevent this resistance development in nature. And is of course a very, very big challenge in the world at the moment. We are actually seeing resistance development happening faster than able to create new antibiotics. So it's a big future challenge. The plastic problem is something I think no one has really been able to miss. A big problem of it is, of course, the hormone disruptors created in this sphere, leaching out from plastics. Anyone with children probably knows about the bisphenol A challenge, and you're not supposed to buy plastics with these components. Also, the bee genocide is something that is a big problem causing from pesticides and fungicides. And all of these are different type of chemicals causing the same different type of challenges in the environment. But the problem is actually quite the same for all of these, and that is that the wastewater treatment plants today are not able to remove them from the wastewater stream, and that's why they end up in nature and causing all of these challenges. And when you're looking into this market, it's actually not the challenge that there are no technologies in the market that can do this. We have different type of advanced oxidation, or we have like ozone, or we have activated carbon, but they are limited in what they can do. Most of all, they need a very high quality water to be able to target these pollutants that are in the water. Otherwise, they will target everything else in the water. So you really need to have high quality water, and it's only the biggest ones that are able to do this. They're also require quite complex control systems to be able to be run at the plant. So usually ends up being a very large type of infrastructure changes needed in these plans to be able to do this, which ends up in a very, very large capex to install this. And even on the operative side, the risk is that, or many are saying that the OPEX can double in the plants that install this type of technology. So there's a very big resistance in the market to implement this because of these high costs. These technologies have been around for a very long time, so to really disrupt the market, you need to introduce new technology, and that's where Pharem comes in. We use enzymes. It's not completely new in the market. Enzymes being used in different type of biological steps and these kind of things. But we are the first one that can do this on a large scale, having a platform that can target a very broad aspect of different type of pollutants. And it's a natural approach how to break this down. So when nature breaks down these type of pollutants, it is actually enzymes that do it. So we are experts at finding these type of enzymes that can break down these type of organic micropollutants that we call them internally. And would say that we are leading in the world in finding these type of enzymes. But enzymes is only one piece of the puzzle. You also need to look at the application itself. We work with silica-based material. We have been trying to develop the technology towards working on a silica-based material that already exists in large-scale production, and that we succeeded with about 2 years ago and been implementing then in different type of pilot and demonstration projects. We also been looking at the immobilization tech itself, so it should be very easy to bind the enzymes onto the material by using standard industrial processes. And all of these steps are quite complex when you look at it, but the key part of our technology is the end result, and that is the somatic sand. This sand is a very rough kind of granular sand material, which is very easy to implement. You have these type of applications in wastewater treatment plants already, mostly in the type of sand filtration. We can use our sand in exactly the same type of infrastructure. So there's nothing new for the market to implement this. We don't have to build a new type of adaptation in the customer base, and everyone knows how it works. And all of this simplicity makes it very easy to implement. And of course, also we can use this in an existing infrastructure that can reduce the cost a lot. So that ends up with our brand, Simatic, that it goes under. And thanks to the enzymes, we can actually mix together any type of enzymes that we want to have different type of removal mechanisms, which is quite the new way of actually looking at the challenge on the market. Usually you have one type of chemical reaction and that's it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We can actually just change the enzyme composition in the material, and we can have a completely different type of approach on treating these type of pollutants. And that allows us to make a few different type of offerings on the market. We have the smart solution, which is a standardized modular system that you can just plug. It's a plug and play. You just put it there, water in, water out, and that's pretty much all the customer needs to do. This is targeting a little bit smaller, medium-sized type of water treatment plants. We also have a tailored solution where we can help optimizing cost and removal levels. And we also have the industry where we really try to utilize our competence and knowledge in the technology, where we also look into the enzyme composition and can really target certain type of pollutants, and works much better at the industrial level, where factories have certain type of pollutants that they have a challenge with. So comparing ourselves then to some other technologies on the market, advanced oxidation, or ozone, is where we are about in efficiency level. We can improve the efficiency, but that of course at the higher cost. So usually the market try to have a removal level around 80%. Activated carbon ultranonitration goes up around 90%. We are about 80%, same as advanced oxidation, but we do it cheaper. Thanks to that, this application is so simple. You put the sand there, you just let the water run through, and that's all you need to actually do, just to explain how simple it is. But the simple aspect of it then allows us to have very low cost, because we don't need to have advanced pumping system solutions to run the system. We don't have to create anything on place on the site, so very cheap to implement. And that's really the key part of why our technology will be can really disrupt this market. We also are allowed, since it's so simple to use, we actually have small installations to 50 centimeter columns to big swimming pool size installations, and can do range all different. We all use the same material, we use the same type of production process, and we can do all these sizes anyway. Last year we finalized the large European Union project that was to show how this works towards the municipal wastewater treatment plants, who now are looking at mostly pharmaceuticals. There are many different type of chemicals as well. But here we had 3 different installations at 3 different wastewater treatment plants. We could show a peak removal above 90% and average removal over the entire period that we had them installed, or above 70%, which is important because that's where future regulations can end up. So it's already proven and is on the market available, and we have some very big deals in the process that can generate a lot of revenue going forward, but we're already on the industrial market, and we'll go into that as well. The industrial market is already regulated, and here we more do targeted removal and custom-made type of removal solutions. These are usually smaller installations, but with big margin. While we think there is and that's an established market where we have access to already and have some customers. So it's a stable ground to grow in, stable market to grow in. But I think the really interesting aspect is looking in the municipal market. The European Union has proclaimed the goal of that 18,000 municipal wastewater treatment plants should have this type of water treatment by 2035. And that is a €7 billion euro market that is emerging right now. And being able to get into this market and take a foothold at this stage would allow us to be a first mover and probably market leader in the market as well when it's growing the next 10 to 15 years. The technology is already with a positive margin. Mostly when we look at the municipal side, there's a very tight cost target that most of the other technologies are having trouble to reach. The competitors range from 7.5 euro cents up to about 20 euro cents per cubic meter. We are already at the lowest level. We can probably push it down even further. Our production cost today is around 4 euro cents, but that's something we can improve within the next couple of years to probably a quarter of what it is today. So we have really the opportunity to keep on pushing their prices downwards and beating our competitors on that side. Industrial side, it's smaller installations, but with much higher margin. It's a different type of market. They are more focused on really solving the issue because it's already a regulated market. And our competitors have been good in setting a price range that is usually somewhere between 5 to maybe even up to 10, 15 euros per cubic meter. We can go, of course, way below that, but still have a very high margin. We use the same production chain as we do for the municipal site, and have even some playing ground where we can change the enzymes and so on. So even if we double the production cost, we still have very, very high margin. We've also been trying to be quite smart in how we go to the market. I already talked a little bit about the different composition of the sand material, and everything is already available in large-scale production, so we can scale now almost unlimited, I would say, with some producers that we are working with. They are all the things that we have are available in large scale. We also, as I said, the material works in already existing type of infrastructure for sand filtration, so we can also use the same type of pipeline that these technologies are using. But also on the market side, we are actually offering one thing to remember I didn't really go into is that we actually have our revenue on the material itself. So we actually have recurring revenue on every installation that happens for many, many, many years ahead, compared to our competitors that usually only get their revenue on the installation. So that's also a benefit that we see, that we can get a very strong revenue stream from the installations that we make, a continuous revenue stream. And what we actually offer our turnkey contractors and the partners that we work with is that they can take part of this recurring revenue, which ties them much stronger to us. And what we ask in return is to tap into their service organization, distribution channels, and even sales channels, because that's usually how they work, that they get the project from the wastewater treatment plant, and then they go out search for technologies that they can use. And by doing that, we don't have to build that ourselves either. So what we can do is create a very centralized core organization that can scale very big, but still have just focused on the key technology, the best offer that we can do to the market, and keep refining these steps without having to think about growing either the go-to-market too much or the production or the supply chain side of things. We work together with a couple of partners already in Sweden. With our closest partner is Malmberg. We have been working with them through a EU project and several projects outside of that as well. We have a lot of we already have a lot of customers in the industrial side. Lonza is one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world, and we are running the 4th project with them, so they've been very happy about what we're doing. And we're also getting actually subcontracted by many other organizations that want to use our technology in actually a type of application that we haven't really tapped into ourselves yet. So they are wanting to adopt our technology into their market offers and product portfolios. And just to summarize this, with these installations are probably sitting there 5, 10, 15, even 50 years. So the lifetime value with our recurring revenue model becomes a very big. So it's a very interesting kind of foundation to build the company on and grow into this market. We've been around since 2013 and have had a lot of recognition on the way, so a little bit bragging page, but that's fine. I'm the CEO. Maria Hamblo is one of the leading scientists in the field, I would say. So a recruitment we did a couple of years back and been leading this technology development in the company. We also have Christian Ryan that is leading most of the quality control side and been working with large companies like Vattenfall and Avinor in Norway and so on. So I have big experience around this. And we have a very strong and active team that really enjoys this market. And yeah, thank you. That's what I had from our side.
Thank you very much, Martin. So I'm going to kick off with asking you, well, what is the key technological innovation that you have developed?
I would say it's to really tie this together. It started with the enzymatic side. We have, I would say, 70% of all the degradation we do with pollutants are novel. So that's something we have discovered internally in the company and based on the research I did before. But then also tying together with this really simple and easy way of producing these immobilized enzymes on the sand material is really key to reaching the cost goals and the scale-up goals that we have with the technology.
Mm. And how do you reach your customers? How do you reach the decision makers in the municipalities in Europe?
We are working in direct contact with many municipalities. We mostly focus in the Nordic region at the moment. But looking a little bit further, what we actually want to do is to work with the turnkey contractors. So we are more working directly with the municipalities today to kickstart the market and our market entry. But long term, we're going to work with the turnkey contracts that usually get the contracts from the municipalities or the industrial partners, and then they look into their portfolio, what companies they are working together with, and introduce these technologies to that solution. So that's the long term vision of.
It sounds like a future growth driver.
Absolutely, and then we can reach out on a much broader spectrum than we can do on our own. We don't really. Of course, we have some contacts in the Nordics to the municipalities, but outside of that, our reach is limited. So it's better to work then with local partners and turnkey contractors that already have that reach.
I see. And what would you say is what are the perhaps one or two most important drivers of your growth today?
On the industrial side, it's really the expensive cost of our competitors or the solutions that they have in place. So we usually reduce the cost for managing that wastewater stream by a tenth of what they actually usually have. So that's the main driver there. On the municipal side, of course, it's all the talks about all these environmental issues and the pressure coming from the European Union that regulations are looming and they are coming. And so many governments are already spending a lot of funding to help the municipalities to install these type of things. So there's a emerging market happening before our eyes, and we are working hard to try to take a first mover position in that type of market.
I see. So on a final note then, what do you look forward to for Pharem in 2021?
Yeah, we actually the Sematic brand. We have been working with our products on the market for maybe 2 years, so we have some traction. But we launched it under a new brand this year in Q1. And it's really starting to take off. So I hope we will land our first 10 million plus euro deal this year, and that's what I'm aiming for. But we will see. There's a lot of things going on at the moment and a lot of things in the pipeline. Right now, everything that falls out is creating a lot of positive circles in the water. So there's a lot of things going on.
Happy to hear that. I must say your work is much appreciated. Keep at it, and best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you
guys.
So we'll now take a recess for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Join us then. Welcome back, everyone. It is now time for Richard Berkling, CEO of PowerCell, to present his company. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you very much. So, nice to meet all of you. As always, when you do a presentation like this, it would have been much nicer to meet you and be at the same place. Having lunch together, that I understand we're all back from, having the opportunity to have a dialogue, exchange ideas and impressions, and perhaps also do some reflections to kind of elevate the common knowledge. But when times are like they are right now, I need to express my gratitude to Vator Securities for making this opportunity available for us. And hopefully I can have a good session together with you with some presentation and also some interesting questions to follow. What I like to express now is the PowerCell strategy to build a market share in this now evolving hydrogen economy that we hear so much about. The first picture here that I am presenting is something that I could spend more or less the whole presentation elaborating around, but I try to be a bit brief. This shows in just one picture the value of the hydrogen economy and fuel cells in combination with hydrogen. The fact is that we now have a rather substantial energy source from renewable energy. We have the wind parks and the solar parks. The problem with that is that they're running at limited capacity. We're not utilizing the full capacity of that investment. And that means that we are not leveraging the investment made on that side, and we are lacking the potential to store that energy and transport that energy. And there, hydrogen is a solution for that. And what you do is you add an electrolyzer to the installation of a fuel cell or solar park or a wind park. And then you can harvest the excess energy created when you have additional capacity. And then you harvest that capacity, you run it through the electrolyzer, and you can get hydrogen. And then you get full green hydrogen. That means that you have the perfect source for what we call the true zero emission energy solution. That hydrogen can then be shipped and utilized at a different location and a different time and place. And that makes the whole energy infrastructure so much more robust than the fact that when we have wind and when we have solar, we most often have excessive capacity. And if you take this perspective, you can also argue that it's not acceptable, not from a sustainability perspective, but also from an investment perspective. If you invest in solar energy and into wind energy, running that investment at a limited capacity, it's not financially viable and it's not acceptable. So having excess capacity on the electrolyzer side is actually more beneficial and more cost competitive, because then you can store the hydrogen and you can get that energy to be transported to be used later on. And the fuel cell is then the perfect energy source to transfer that hydrogen into electricity regardless of its application. You can use it at stationary power, you can use it at off-road power for excavators and mining and haulers, and you can use it in the marine application. And that's where we at PowerCell now offer a complete solution to the market to make sure that you can have a full true zero emission energy source. You can have a green alternative that is similar to the technology that we replace. Because in any technology shift, making a change is something that is difficult and challenging for the end customer. You change the way that they are operating in their process. And the benefit of the fuel cell and hydrogen is that it's so similar to the combustion engine when it comes to performance, and when it comes to the operative cycle. You can get a run time that is similar to the combustion engine. That means that you can make this transition without affecting the operative performance at your customer site. So this picture here is a simplified way of showing that yes, we can today provide full electric source without any emission gases. And if we want to comply with the Paris Agreement, we need to make sure that we're not just fossil-free. We need to go for emission-free solutions. And this is now starting to be acknowledged in all sectors and all markets. That means that we will now have stricter regulations. We are seeing a much higher proportion of renewable energy in every sector, but it's not enough. And that's where hydrogen now is getting so much recognition in the market, because you can store energy and you can use it at a different location, a different point of time. One thing that is validating this trend, which is so important, is that you now see the industry giants moving in this direction. When it comes to the automotive industry, we have the collaboration between Volvo and Daimler, where you see fierce competitors joining forces to make sure that they get access to this new technology, and that they can be self-sufficient in providing energy solutions when they are replacing their combustion engines. We're also seeing the first trend that we're going away from the R&D phase of this development into more industrialized innovation. That means that we are now selling to customers that are putting our products into operating performance, not just evaluating technology or doing some initial testing. We are now in negotiation in contracts with a 15-year lifespan. So this is the kind of first indication of a true market-driven growth, and not just exploration or subsidies and funding from governments. This is a really important trend shift that we're seeing now in Q1, Q2 of 2021. If we look at PowerCell performance, we're still a small company. We are growing. We have more or less similar operating income and cash flow to last year. All of these numbers are presented in the Q1 report. For a growing company, this is not enough. So PowerCell needs to improve our growth ambition and also growth performance. That is something that I'm pushing now for the rest of the year and also going forward. If we are to be perceived as a growing company, we need to grow sequentially, quarter by quarter, and that is an important challenge that we're taking on. So although Q1 was the best quarter in PowerCell history when it comes to sales, this is not enough, and we need to improve in this area. PowerCell, we are a leading fuel cell company. We have been doing research almost for 28 years, not 25 as it says here. Spun out from Volvo Group and introduced to the Nasdaq market in 2014. We have a massive number of shareholders, which is really good. We also have some significant shareholders in Bosch, for instance. We have a global presence, headquarters in Sweden, but we have a subsidiary in both Germany and China. And in Q1, we presented that we're going into Norway with our own entity, because Norway is a really expanding market where they're doing a lot of things right. Also a challenging market where you see customers with a maturity that we don't see everywhere. But in order for PowerCell to manage this growth that I'm talking about, we also have strategic partners that are there to support us and also function as a marketing channel. We presented Bosch as both an owner and a market channel in 2020. Previously this quarter, we presented an agreement with Hitachi ABB, and since before we have Siemens and Statkraft. All of these are giving us a presence that is larger than our own, but also a full coverage of the value chain, because in combination with these partners, we can offer the customer a complete solution and not just sell the fuel cell or the fuel cell system. We make sure that the integration for the customer is as smooth as possible, making this transition to new technology without hazard. As a company, we have a long history. We have invested for quite some time into competence, and we have an experience that is world leading. We have now an industrialized product portfolio that is ready for delivery, and we have a factory here in Gothenburg. Everybody's talking that they will launch a gigafactory in 2025 something. We have had a gigafactory capacity since 2020. What we now need to do is to sell and provide our products to the customers, but we have all the infrastructure, competence and product portfolio to actually catch this growth that we're seeing in the market and the growth potential that is out there. Because we now have a strategy that has been cleared for quite some time and that needs to kind of be reiterated for the market and also for our customers. On road, we have a collaboration with Bosch. We have a license agreement that they are representing our products onto the on-road segment, where the customer characteristics is of that sort that Bosch is a better marketing channel. Scale of economy and maturity industrialization is more of a competitive advantage than what we see in our prioritized segments, that is the off-road segment, stationary segment, and marine segment. Here we see three segments that we can serve with our own production and a capacity to adapt our products to those individual segment characteristics. Volumes can be up to a number of thousands each year, but they still have a requirement of customization and value creation very close to the customer. That means that we're not just selling the fuel cell or the fuel cell system. We are engaging with the customer to make sure that the fuel cell system is working more or less the same way as a combustion engine. As I said before, we need to replace old technology with new technology without creating too much difficulties and too much change in the operative process of these machines, stationary applications, or vessels. And there, our product portfolio and the ability we have to adapt close to the customer is a real competitive advantage compared to the rest of the market. We see that our different segments are, and this is a traditional S-curve showing maturity of the different markets. All of our segments are at the really early stage. We're seeing the first indications of a market-driven growth. That means that previously we sold something that was used for research or just field testing. Now, as I said before, we are selling to customers that are requiring 15 years of service. That means that the requirements of stability, not just on the product, but also in the offering from PowerCell over the life cycle, is different. This also creates a different business model where you sell something as a CapEx in the early stages, but you also need to make sure that you are competitive in the operating expenses as well. And since this is a breaking new ground, nobody has had a fuel cell in operation for 15 years. It's essential to do this together with the customer, making sure that we are creating value throughout the whole life cycle. And this is a really interesting challenge that we're taking on now, especially in the investments in Norway with the marine customers that we have there. Our offering, if you have a customer, if you want to go for a fuel cell solution, we make sure to minimize the technical risk, minimize R&D investment, and minimizing time to market, because we have an industrialized product portfolio. That means that we have off-the-shelf offerings optimized for the off-road segment, the marine segment, and the stationary segment, but we also have a capability to make adjustments for the customer's specific requirements without having too much investment. And this means that the customer can come to us, we can have a collaboration for a couple of months in the project, and then they can integrate this into their vehicle or vessel or stationary application. And this is a true competitive advantage. And we say it's not just enough to sell the fuel cell stack or the fuel cell system and then say good luck to the customer, because this is a new technology. And any technology shift is difficult for the customers and the operators of the process that we're selling to. So for us to engage in their process and making sure that our offering is the easiest one in the market to integrate, that will be a competitive advantage. And if we are, and when we are successful with that, we will see the growth coming from different angles. And that's why we expect to see this exponential growth that the whole market is talking about. So with our technology, we say that we have the leading fuel cell system. We have the best energy density in the market. That means that if you put in a fuel cell from PowerCell, it will require less space and less weight than compared to others. And that means that in this installation, you can have more space available for hydrogen storage. That means that your operating cycle can be longer. That means that you get a better performance and also better total cost of ownership in your production life cycle. It is compact, as I said, high density, it's durable, and it's easy to integrate. That is one of the competitive advantages that we seek for, making sure that PowerCell is renowned for being easy to collaborate with, easy to start working with. We have a scalable product portfolio. That means that we have industrialized solutions from 30 kilowatt up to now multi-megawatt solutions, and they are optimized for our different segments. And this is what we mean when we call industrialized innovation. We have industrialized solutions in our portfolio. They are industrially stable for the customer, but we can still have the ability to do innovation for the customer, because a marine application is different from an off-road application and a stationary application. And having that ability to provide that unique value for each segment is something that is really important to drive this growth. And we have started to see a lot of good initiatives in this area. So to summarize, how are we going to seize our market share in this hydrogen economy? We say that we need to grow from this industrialized innovation. That's a really important part of our strategy. The strategic partnerships with Bosch, with Hitachi ABB, Siemens and Statkraft That will drive growth as well, but we also need to grow from the existing customers. We have a rather interesting customer portfolio. We now see repetitive business in all our segments, indicating that what we're selling is actually working and providing value. But then we also need to improve our internal performance because we can do more. We should have higher ambition for growth and higher ambition for production output. And we also have an opportunity to expand the PowerCell footprint. So in the next phase, I expect to see that PowerCell is providing more on geographical market, but also more when it comes to value chain offering. So expanding PowerCell footprint is also important to seize this position in the market. So this is what we call or mean when we talk about true zero emission. We have a solution that is available today. We will drive growth together in this marketplace, and we will support the customer making their first efforts to try and transform from traditional fossil combustion engines to true zero emission energy solutions. So with this, I open up for questions or comments or reflections. Hopefully we can have an interesting dialogue here.
Thank you very much, Richard. Interesting indeed. Let me start off with asking you about your partnership with ES Group that you announced just 2 weeks back.
Yep.
That's for a combined prototype with your hydrogen cells and their heat pump plats. Could you elaborate on this venture and what results or potential that you see in it?
Well, what we see, then we can go to Norway as a market. As I said, it's a really demanding market. In Norway, you see regulation in 2022 where you're not allowed to have a combustion engine at the construction site to bring down emission in the city center where you have most of the construction sites, but also to improve the environment for workers in that environment. So they need to replace that with renewable energy and emission-free solutions. And a fuel cell, one of the byproducts of a fuel cell is heat. So when you have heaters and heating fans in a construction site, the byproduct of the fuel cell is actually creating value for that process. So by combining the fans and dryers at the construction site, you actually bring down costs. And that is one of the first applications where we see the new technology not just being more expensive than the existing combustion engine. We're actually on par or even making a saving, which is a really interesting opportunity. And there, the combination between PowerCell and energy save technology is providing something that is unique to the market. And it's a combined offering that I think will serve a strong purpose for the customers.
Yeah, makes perfect sense, of course. Thank you.
Yeah.
And last year you presented your prioritized strategic growth segments, one of which was the marine segment. And you recently also presented the Power Solution Marine System 200. And in accordance with this, that was in accordance with this strategy. And perhaps you could elaborate a bit on what this means for your business in this segment and the demand for this product.
We see now a strong demand for this. And the value to the market is that we now have something that is packaged, which is tangible for the customer. We can now say that if you want a solution starting from a 200 kilowatt, but then you can multiply them and put them in parallel. That means that you can use the same technology for a 200 kilowatt installation up to a multi-megawatt installation. We have presented a 3.2 megawatt installation. That means that it's scalable. It's not, you get a linear costs for the product. That means that the customers can more easily evaluate the technology and the products, the investment. And you can also have a predictable, I would say, cost of the life cycle, because this is an industrialized solution that we know and the customer know. So it's a way to simplify the offering to the customer and not having a unique solution or unique project for every customer. Then most customers need an integration project anyway, because these are new installations also in the vessel. But this is a way to make a product package that is more tangible and more easy for the customer to evaluate and compare to competitors.
Great. And so what would you say is the key technological innovation that you have developed?
I would say that the energy density in our solution is what is differentiating us from competitors. As we said, size and weight on our solution, you get much more performance on the same size, or you can have a smaller size to get the performance. And since real estate is expensive in any installation, it could be the stationary, it could be a vehicle, it could be a vessel. but you always have limited space. And that extra space provides space for hydrogen storage, which means, as I said, you don't need to refill. You can have a longer operating cycle. That is something that I would say is a unique value of the PowerCell offering.
Perfect. And just on a final note, what are you looking forward to in the next 12 months in terms of, reaching goals?
I want to see us grow in every segment. I want us to make sure that the customers we have, when they are transitioning into this new technology, that they experience this as being something positive, not just something they have to do because you get regulation. We should start to provide actual end user value. But then I also want to see us expand our offering. We have an opportunity to do more. With our 28 years of research in this area, we have an extensive expertise in hydrogen economy and fuel cells. And that can be applied both upstream and downstream in the value chain. And I think we also have an obligation to do that because availability of hydrogen is a limiting factor. So contributing to the infrastructure development and the supply of hydrogen, I think, is also important. So hopefully we can deliver on what we have already promised, but then we can also expand what we're doing.
Perfect. I'm looking very much to keeping an eye out PowerCell in the year to come. Best of luck on your journey, and thank you once again for presenting here today.
Thank you very much for this opportunity as well.
Thank you.
Take care.
So, short break. We'll be back in just 1 minute with the next presentation. Welcome back. It is now time for Gunnar Larsson to present. He is the CEO of Swedish Stirling. Welcome, Gunnar.
Thank you very much. Yes, welcome to this presentation. I will talk about Swedish Stirling, a company that I founded about, let me see, just move the presentation up to the next slide. Yeah, which I founded in 2008. And before founding the company, I used to be the CEO of Kockums, the naval shipyard here in Sweden. And it was during my time with Kockums I came across the Stirling engine technology that has been in commercial operations since 1988 in this application. And what I realized was that the Stirling engine within Kockums was completely unique from the perspective that it was the only Stirling engine in the world that had a combination of very high efficiency and high power. And those two aspects are really important if you want to build a cost-effective energy conversion system. And that's how Swedish Stirling got founded. I founded Swedish Stirling around technology technology license with Kockums, and the original idea with the company was to build a solar energy solution utilizing that Stirling engine technology. But in 2015, I came across another application that is today our entire focus in the company. In 2015, I met a person that was working for a ferrochrome smelter in South Africa, and he explained to me that they are wasting a lot of thermal energy in a ferrochrome smelting plant. About 50% of the energy going into the process to actually refine it to the pure metal ends up being chemical energy in waste gases from the furnace process. And he explained to me that they tried in that industry for 30, 40 years to recover that energy, but every trials they had done with other technologies had failed because of the volatility of the gas. It's a combination of carbon monoxide and hydrogen that constantly vary in relationship, and that makes it extremely difficult for any kind of internal combustion engine to utilize that energy, and essentially it's being flared off in the entire industry. And when I saw this application for the first time, and also understanding the properties of the Stirling engine being a thermal engine, essentially, I realized immediately that a Stirling engine can be used to recover that heat. That is evident because it's driven by heat, and just by watching the flare you see in this picture, it's evidence that there is heat, and that heat can be recovered. And beside that, essentially with that amount of free fuel, essentially it's fuel to a process that is being wasted. So it's essentially zero cost fuel. There should be an application for a really cost efficient solution. And that really changed the path of our company from 2015 and onwards. And in 2017, we decided to launch a product related to this application that we named PowerBlock, and that's essentially what you see in the picture on the left-hand side. It's essentially a 40-foot container where we have packaged a total of 14 30-kilowatt Stirling engines. And instead of flaring the gas on top of the stack of the smelter, we pipe the gas to the container, and we have 14 small flares right in front of each Stirling engine that heats up that Stirling engine and generate electricity that we feed back to the smelter. And when we presented this idea to the first client in South Africa in 2017, that was in September. In December the same year, we signed the first commercial agreement with that company. It was the smallest ferrochrome producer in South Africa. And we delivered the unit you see in this picture about 1 year later, and utilizing that unit as a platform to build up trust with the major suppliers in South Africa, we have managed to sign contracts with both of those major suppliers. They are named Glencore and Samancor. They have almost 50% of that market potential each, and we signed a contract with Samancor by the end of 2019 to install a pilot plant facility with them, which we installed late last year, and that has been operational since December last year. And in addition to that, we have signed first one commercial agreement with Glencore for one of their smelters for a 10 megawatt power plant installation in 2020. We signed letter of intents with both Glencore, Samancor, and a third company, smaller company named Richard Bay Alloys, for a total of 241 power block last summer. And since then, we have been negotiating contracts with those. And just 3 weeks ago, we announced that we signed the first major contract out of that with the Glencore, and that was very important event for us because we signed it with their Lion smelter, which is their flagship smelter. It's the largest ferrochrome smelter in the world, and we have now the first contract with them for a 10 megawatt installation. So in just a little bit more than 3 years, we have gone from introducing a completely new product to actually penetrating about half of the South African market potential in ferrochrome. With the contracts and the LOIs we have, it's a potential of about 2.5 billion Swedish crowns or about $270 million. So how come this could move this quickly? Because I think this is extremely fast in the context of this kind of conservative business. And I think the answer to that is really in the bullet points on the left-hand side of these slides, and primarily the fact that we get to the lowest levelized cost of electricity of all known technologies today. And on top of that, we get a higher CO2 reduction than any other technology per invested euro. And those statements were validated by Lloyds in 2019. And of course, those are extremely strong driving forces for these companies to actually sign contracts with us and get projects going. Essentially, if you look on the perspective of our clients, we have demonstrated to them that we can essentially save 15% of the electricity usage of their furnaces, and electricity is a very heavy burden on their cost mass in the company. It's about 1/3 of all the cost mass in the company. So saving 15% of 1/3 then ends up being about 5 percentage units on their bottom line, and that is essentially a little bit more than a doubling of their net profit. So the financial driving forces for doing this is extremely high, and the background why we can get to this high financial benefit from their perspective is essentially that the power blocks, they are running on a 24/7 basis because the furnaces are running on a 24/7 basis. So we get extremely high capital utilization. The maintenance cost for the technology is very low since the Stirling engine, nothing dirty ever enters the interior of the engine. We receive heat on the outside, so we have low maintenance costs. And of course, on top of that, it's free fuel. And all in all, we get to a levelized cost of electricity in between $20 and $30 per megawatt hour, which is extremely competitive. And it's electricity that is available to the clients when they need it. Because then when the furnace is running, there is gas, and then we generate electricity that we feed back to the furnace. So the supply of electricity perfectly matches the demand of electricity in the process. I will not go in deep detail on explaining the details of the technology, but what you see on the left-hand side is the Stirling engine. It is a heat engine where we heat up the red cylinder, and that provides the energy to the conversion process in the Stirling engine. If you look on the Stirling engine from a theoretical aspect, it's the most efficient engine principle of them all, essentially. But it's challenging to build them with high power. But we have a Stirling engine technology that resolved that technical challenge many years ago. So essentially in the solar application, we radiated solar energy on top of that red cylinder, and instead of doing that in this application, we simply flare the gas right in front of that cylinder, and that heats it up. And the Stirling engine sucks the thermal energy out of the flaring process. So it's basically quite a simple solution, but it is completely unique in this market. It's solving a problem that haven't been solved before. And as I mentioned, we get an enormous amount of saved CO2 emissions from the fact that we save electricity in the process in a country like South Africa, where 90% of the electricity originates from fossil fuels, and that gets about one ton of CO2 emission reduction per megawatt generated by a power block. And essentially we generate about 3,500 megawatt hours over a year. So it's a lot of CO2 savings. Of course, ferrochrome South Africa, that's about the market potential of $550 million, and we have about half of that in our order book or in LOIs right now. I don't see any reason why we can't reach very close to the entire market potential in South Africa. It's something that they simply earn money on in exploring in that market. But of course, the market for the product is much larger than that. And the next step for us will be the ferroalloy market globally. And we signed a memorandum of understanding earlier this year with the SMS Group to start promoting our technology in the European context to reach that market potential. And looking further, flare gas in general is a huge potential. It's at least $100 billion worth of potential where our technology will be applicable in the long run. Very shortly looking on South Africa, it is a very good market to start. They have fairly high electricity prices. Essentially, there are two clients we need to convince about our technology, which we have done. We both have them both as customers, and they have both selected our technology, and we have contracts to start building out capacity with these companies. But they also have a big concern for the escalation of electricity prices in South Africa. On top of that sort of makes it easier for us because it's a matter of managing risk from their perspective to invest in our technology. Looking a little bit about what drives revenue and profit in our business, we are right now in the position where we are ramping up our high volume production, and the first units will leave our factory by the end of this year, and we will have a ramp up of volume over the upcoming 6-7 years, and that's essentially what you see in the top right hand corner. And we get a very nice cost reduction with volume because we have adapted our technology to the automotive industry component space, and that gives us a very good predictable cost evolution with the product as a function of increasing volume. And that is essentially what you see in the graph on the top right hand corner. We do expect to be in gross margin ranges of about 50% in the context of 2025, and that is still quite moderate production volume. So there are still a lot of improvements that can be done on that going forward with continued growing volumes. We also have quite big potential in the fact that we are eligible for carbon credits for the technology. We have not built any of our business cases on that, but there is a value to those carbon credits, and that is something that we also explore for the future. They are potentially as valuable as the electricity produced from the power block. So there is a big potential upside there. There is also a big potential upside in lowering lower financing cost with higher trust for the technology, and that is something you see when you introduce a new technology in any kind of business. With that financing cost goes down tremendously with the increased technology acceptance, and that is something we also expect to be able to capitalize on going forward, on top of the business gross margins we generate from the technology. My last slide. Our focus now is the commercial rollout in South Africa. We are turning LOIs to contracts. We done the first one with Glencore. We are negotiating the next one with Samancor, and that's a big focus for us now. Of course, ramping up the volume production, it's a big focus for the company now. And we also are going to develop the cooperation with the SMS Group to launch a product here in Europe in the near upcoming future. So thank you for that, and I'm looking forward to get some questions.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Gunnar. A very interesting presentation. It's really clear that you have taken a truly unique strategic position here. In April, you signed an energy conversion service agreement for an installation of 25 Power Block 400Fs with Glencore. Congratulations on that. You mentioned that in the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Could you elaborate on how this project is developing and what this has meant for your continued commercial rollout?
I think, that was, of course, it was the second contract with Glencore, but what is really extremely important with this contract is the fact that it is with the Lion smelter. And that is the most modern, largest smelter in the world in terms of ferrochrome. And it is essentially the only smelter where Glencore potentially could have other use for that gas. There are other technologies where you can build very, very large scale installations to convert the gas to ethanol instead. But by selecting us for this plant, it's evident that that was not as good as an option from their perspective. And Glencore, on top of that, is the biggest raw material supplier in the world. It's a giant company, and it's an extremely important reference for us to be selected for their primary location for ferrochrome. And their CEO, Ivan Glasenberg, he made a presentation in December last year where he set the target to reach zero emissions by 2050 for Glencore. And he pointed out as the most important example of what they are doing now is to implement the power block technology from Swedish Stirling. So it certainly was a milestone in terms of really making the relationship with Glencore solid, and that is something that we can capitalize on going forward.
Perfect. And what would you say is the key technological innovation that you have developed?
I think that the power block concept as such is actually, I was surprised about how simple of an idea it really is, and that no one ever came up with that idea before we did, and when I first came across the application. Because if you know about the technology as such, it's really evident that the Stirling engine can solve that problem. And so it's a simple idea, but we have managed to file patents to protect the idea. So we think that we have a quite good patent protection for our technology going forward that will give us secure the value of our company going forward when the business picks up more for us. But it's a simple idea, but it's the most important innovation for sure.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned how clear the economic rationale is for your clients to buy your solutions. Do you get any pushbacks? I mean, if you compare their savings to the investments they have to do and the fees they have to pay you, what do the economies look like?
I think, bringing the technology to the market, it's very much about how you actually manage the risk perspective when you bring a new technology to the market. And this is something where many companies fail, I think, because they don't have a solid plan how to do that. And we have had a very well thought through plan how to do that right from the start. And that means that the initial contracts, we finance entirely the project. We take more or less all the risks, and for every contract we sign, we move our positions forward in order to get the more mature risk position in between the parties. And with the last contract, we managed to do that in a very good way. We took a big step forward. So now that is more like a lease contract. If the client can't supply the gas, they still have to pay us, and that was not the case in the initial contracts. And I think we will continue to move that position forward. And eventually, I think a company like Glencore, for example, they will simply buy the equipment. When they feel that all the risk elements are gone, they will buy the equipment because they have such a strong balance sheet and they can finance cheaper than we can do. But there will still be business in that for us afterwards, because they will never buy the equipment without us providing a maintenance solution to ensure the availability of the equipment. So I think that it depends on how they are actually purchasing the technology. And of course, financing costs we have to charge to them. So right now it's quite expensive to finance it, but it still ends up being a big saving for them. But going along, when they feel more secure, they will save more money than that.
Yes, I think that's a very strong argument, that for every install, for every new client, your story becomes stronger and stronger. And also the bargaining power, as you mentioned, versus your clients.
Exactly.
And that's
exactly.
That's a really clear trend that you're showing. And I think that's a very strong argument for why one should invest in Swedish Stirling. So on that positive note, I would like to thank you once again for a very interesting presentation and wish you best of luck on your journey.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, so now we will take a short break and be back in just 1 minute. Join us then. Welcome back. It is now time for Myron Mahendra, CEO of OXE Marine, to give us a presentation. Welcome.
Thank you, David. Thank you for having me. I'd like to start, first of all, for thanking Vator to introduce us here to this Tech Day of Technology of the Future. We are, after all, a company with our own sort of technology, which we believe is engineering the future. My background, I'm a chartered accountant. I've been involved with the project since 2012 from its inception. I've been a CFO of the company 2016, and of course CEO since 2019. Now, we have developed effectively the first high-powered diesel outboard in the world. And you can see from the stats, 1 million outboards are sold every year so far. And they are the second most pollutive combustion engine you find anywhere in the planet. The gasoline lawnmower is the most pollutive. And this is crazy in terms of the environment that it creates, the havoc that it creates from this highly polluted engine. So how should we be engineering the future? Well, I think this is where we come in, that we are presenting a product that is pretty much taken from the automotive industry, which is highly regulated. It's going to be something that's going to give a huge difference to the performance for commercial and governmental users. So we believe we are part of that solution by providing the first high-powered diesel outboard engine, and also solutions around the patented technology that we have that could now use also electric propulsion, but also biofuel as well. So our company is small. We have 40 people. We've grown since 2012, innovating our product for different markets so that we provide a solution for commercial and governmental application, but also creating a safer environment for the people and for our planet. So our projection for engineering the future is developing the technologies that's not currently available. First of all, in the diesel outboard segment, followed by electric propulsion, which we're working with a number of partners in evolving this, and also the opportunity to develop a hybrid solution for different types of applications that's suited for that. And here we are with the electric propulsion dual prop that we're currently working on. Well, how did this all start, and what does this all mean? Why are we so different from others? Well, I think if we look at this basic concept of using a automotive engine, which actually sits horizontally, not vertically, and you say, how do I transfer the power from that engine down all the way down to the propeller? Well, this is how it started off with our co-founder, pretty much writing on a napkin saying, okay, we could use a belt propulsor system to use this. Now, it seems fairly basic, but actually it's technically challenging to get it done. But since 2012, we've proved it, and we've got all products out there that we know it works. More importantly, we patented this simple concept, and that in the US and the EU. It's also modular, right? As I explained before, we're using a base automotive engine, and we're using a belt, which is actually an industrial belt that you can actually pick off the shelf. We're using a gearbox, which is an industrial gearbox that's used in inboard engines in the marine application. And essentially, we're pretty much putting all together as one package that works. Real innovation, or true innovation, is the lower leg. How do we manage to deliver all that power using that belt all the way to the propeller? And here's how the modular system works. You can see here's the engine that sits on top of it, the primary transmission, the gearbox, and of course the secondary transmission all the way to the lower leg. And here's the comparison. I think people need to understand how this actually works. The outboard, or the petrol outboard, in its basic concept, as you can see, it's fairly simple. It actually been a simple concept since, 100 years ago. Ulla Evinrude came along and said, he was actually sitting in his backyard. His kids wanted some ice cream. He said, I need to get across the lake to get some ice cream. He used a sailboat, but couldn't get there in time. Or in fact, the ice cream melted by the time he came back. So he said, you know what, I'm going to devise something that's going to be consistent, get me there and back. And he developed this first petrol outboard, essentially, at the time, because there was no diesel available. it was vertically mounted. So it is this very different concept to the traditional automotive engine, and therefore it's unique only to that application. It cannot be used for anything else. So therefore, if you compare to the automotive engine, you can see billions of euros, decades of use. They've come up with a highly regulated environment where they have to operate these engines. It's highly, highly efficient compared to the gasoline outboard, which is highly inefficient. They have been given exemptions for emission because the argument goes that it's not big enough compared to the automotive industry and therefore highly pollutive. The other real weak links that they have here is actually the bevel gear. If you look at the bevel gear, it's tiny compared to the industrial gearbox that we have. And the reason for that is because it sits under the water line. We have too big a gearbox, it slows, it's a drag. In fact, if you look at the diameter of the propeller torpedo, that if you increase it by just an inch, you increase the volume by 50%. So from their perspective, they are limited in the size, and therefore makes it very vulnerable. It is the most vulnerable piece there. So high-powered gasoline outboards don't last that long in terms of not just the engine, because it's only meant for pleasure use, but also the gearbox, where if you have a crash stop, it just breaks. So commercial users and governmental users want something that's an alternative that's going to be stronger. So we've developed this concept where we've got the engine, which is an automotive engine, highly efficient. We've got a huge gearbox up here, which sits above the waterline. Therefore, we can make it big enough. And of course, it transmits all the way down to the torpedo, which has nothing in there. And therefore, we can make it actually even smaller and even more efficient. So we have all the pluses. 45% more fuel efficient. We've got a gearbox that's huge and very strong, durable, reliable. And we've got a smaller torpedo makes it very efficient through water. And this is the big difference, fuel economy, a huge difference, 40% fuel economy. And that means we're kind of helping the environment to a large degree, but also commercially, it's saving our customers, our governmental customers, a lot of money. From a safety, from a range perspective, from an offshore perspective, they can go further, far further than anybody else. And that's great for us and for the environment. In fact, one of our customers, early customers, Hurtigruten, is a cruise liner. They used gasoline outboards previously, and because the capacity that they had to run, whenever visiting or exploring islands or wildlife, they had to come back at lunchtime to refuel, feed the customers, and go back out again. So they spent many journeys doing that. When they started using our engine, they spent all day exploring. Customers were very happy. They came back at the end of the day and still had a half tank of fuel left. So from a fuel efficiency perspective, commercial perspective of saving money, it was big. More importantly, the cruise, the mothership, we shared the same fuel. And therefore, that meant they didn't have to store gasoline separately. So from a safety perspective, this is a huge help, because if the boat caught fire, they had to shift the fuel out very, very quickly, and it costs money to do all of that. The other thing, of course, from a commercial perspective, is the torque. The torque is huge in terms of pulling the boat, pulling heavy loads. And so this is critical for doing heavy duty work. And you can see this also from a regulation perspective. We are the most, in terms of regulations, in terms of fuel efficiency, we are by far the best, even better than the inboards themselves. And of course, emission levels, environmentally extremely friendly. Huge levels of reduction in carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide by up to 99%. That's big compared to the others. So we know that there are target customers that desperately want this. Safety is critical. It's non-combustion, so a lot of governmental and search and rescue need that sort of type of fuel. Oil and gas, you can't have sparking ignited products in the gas fields. Tender boats, of course, they share with the mothership, or taxi boats or ferries all want to use diesel because that's mainly available in the harbors run by big ships. And of course, fishing in harbor. As you can see, a fisherman here carrying heavy loads of fish. He's working all day, pretty much 500-700 hours, which is a lot. And we can, our product can take that sort of beating, as it were. And safety and rescue that we have, of course, Swedish Sea and Rescue Society in Sweden have been using our product. They absolutely love it. They can troll all day. without having the need to refuel or even worry about having a highly combustible engine, a fuel load on their boat. And of course, Hurtigruten, our customer, working in very cold environments, and this one is particular is in Antarctica. You can see the competitive, landscape with the different sort of outboards. But the most important thing is that the final column here, fuel efficiency compared from a euro to usage basis is extremely low. Now, just looking at our business model, we're a small company, as I said. We are focused on engineering, and we pretty much outsource as much as we can in terms of manufacturing. As you know, we use BMW and GM as the power heads, best-in-class systems. We buy industrial belts straight off the factory, which is already pre-made for other users. And we, of course, use parts from a variety of well-known specialist suppliers. We assemble it, of course, by a third party at the moment. You'll probably see later, we've got one in the US and one in Poland for our different products. And so that makes it very efficient from our perspective. In terms of we focus purely on engineering aspects of the product. And of course, distribution, we use distributors who are specialists in their territories, who understands, they work with commercial and governmental customers primarily. They understand it, or the needs of their customers, and we work very closely with them in developing sales and the order book, over the last few years. And this is the management team here. Of course, my role will change towards a more of a sales-orientated role, but the team has been pretty solid, and I believe that this will continue as we go along. And from a production perspective, it's looking really good at the moment. We have production in 2 countries, Poland and the US, with the 300 horsepower in Poland and the 200 in Georgia in the US. And our sales here, you can see we have sort of had disruptions during COVID, where we took a strategic decision to actually stop production, and hence why the sales in 2020 has been quite low. But now that's picking up with the introduction of the 300, and you also can see the development of the gross margin. This is quite important because we have been making huge strides in terms of improving the product and also reducing the costs of the product, and therefore the gross margin development here is trending in a very positive direction. And that's primarily at the back end of it. As you can see, Q1 2020, half of that is from the new 300 that's been gone into production, and we're selling it at the moment. We expect that development to continue. And the other aspects of our sales which will dominate later on is after-sales aspects, such as spare parts, accessories, service kits. They command a significantly higher margin. And as we mature as a business, you'll find that those margins start to contribute to the bottom line. And order book has been growing quite well over the last couple of quarters. We expect that to stabilize a little bit as we start ramping up production. The focus is going to be pretty much on operational side now as we fulfill our customer needs. Our burn rate, as you can see, is also coming down quite dramatically because we are now moving away from the phase of R&D, more focus on operational side. Now, the beauty, of course, is our business model and the way it works, because we are highly leveraged from a operational expense perspective. So in other words, when sales take off, because a lot of it has been outsourced, our gross margin contributions will start to increase dramatically, but not the operational expenses. And therefore, we should expect to see a lower growth in terms of operational expense compared to the income growth in that sense. So we hope to achieve, obviously, sort of profitability in due course as we increase the volume of sales quite rapidly. This is, of course, our targets for financial targets, the organic sales growth, which whilst we didn't achieve that in 2020 because of COVID, but if our target for 2021, you'll see over from 2019 to 2021, that should continue on a consistent basis on a sort of a 2-year basis, for example. Same with EBITDA margin, that's our target of 25% plus by end of 2024. And of course, we're also looking at trying to get operational cash flow positive 2021 once we get to the ramp up dramatically in Q4. So that's my presentation from OXE Marine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Myron. Very interesting. I would like to kick off with a question about Q1, when you commenced production of the OXE 300. Could you elaborate on how this is developing and how is the demand for this product?
Yeah, so our order book is skewed towards the 300 at the moment. It's more sort of related in the US as demand's picking up quite nicely. The profit margin is more significant, of course, in the 300. And the reason for that is that we share 60% of our components with the 200. So in terms of a cost basis, it's actually relatively stable. But of course, we're charging more because it is a premium product. And horsepower sells. So everybody knows that the more horsepower you have, you can charge a premium to that.
Thank you. And you expect to be cash flow positive already this year.
That's our target if we can hit those the volumes in terms of ramp up for Q4.
Yeah. And how is the production ramp up coming along?
I think we all know that there's a supply chain disruption worldwide. And of course, we're managing that carefully because we have to husband our resources carefully. So we're now having everyone aligned to make sure that we can hit the numbers for the end of the year, but obviously making sure that we can ramp up in a sensible and sort of in a more coherent manner so we can align everybody together.
And can you see that the kind of the effect of the pandemic on your business is going down? What do you see any signs of that?
Yeah, I think the business, certain segments of the business, like the cruise lining business, for example, has been impacted, right? It's fairly clear. The tourist business, but the oil and gas and governmental, the workboats, the fishermen, that has been growing dramatically. So there is a good, nice skew towards that, where we're working on a good number of projects on that basis.
Okay. And what is the key technological innovation that you have developed, would you say?
It's primarily our lower leg. I think you'll find that that is so unique in itself because it took us 4 years to develop that lower leg, which is the gearbox and the belt, the primary transmission and second transmission. And that's unique to us, and it's a patented technology as well. So, and that's both in the EU and the US. And it's a highly engineered product. It's one that I believe we all feel proud of as a small engineering company that started off with 6 people and growing to 40 and more.
Good. So, and then on a final note, what do you look forward to in the coming 12 months?
Well, we hope to establish ourselves as a premier engineering product for marine application. We hope to work on other applications. I mean, our engine, for example, can use biofuel as an example. We hope to back our customers with good customer experience, right? To support them on after sales, so to make sure that they come back to us time and time again. And I hope to establish ourselves as the unique provider for solutions for commercial and governmental users using fuels that is far more efficient, more environmentally friendlier.
Okay, that sounds like a win for all of us. So thank you once again for an interesting presentation, and best of luck on your journey.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you.
So, once again, a brief break before we are back in 1 or 2 minutes. Join us then. Welcome back. It is now time for a presentation by Anders Storm, CEO of Sivers Semiconductors. Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here. So, yes, my name is Anders Storm. I am the CEO of Sivers, and I'm going to take you through a bit the company today. So, if we start on the top level, a short introduction, Sivers Semiconductors, we work in two different business areas. One is within the wireless, where we focus on 5G chipsets, and one is within photonics, where we focus on laser chipsets for data centers as well as sensors. The company has been around for quite some time, and we are currently listed for one more day on Nasdaq First North, and now we're also moving to Stockholm Nasdaq main list, and that's from tomorrow. So that's a very interesting journey we've done. I'm going to tell you more about that. The company is headquartered here in Stockholm, and we also have an office in Gothenburg and our big office in Glasgow, where we have sort of 60-70% of the employees today. So we are about 103 employees. We also have a lot of people within the company who has a very high degree of education, which is needed to do these highly integrated, very technology-driven circuits. So we have 20 PhDs. So now I'm going to show you a short movie giving you the main information about the company.
Today, broadband and being connected is equally important as water and electricity. Without reliable technology, there will be impact on your everyday life. At worst, with devastating consequences. Sivers Semiconductors is a vital link in the chain to secure a connected and safer world. With small, efficient products and strong commitment, we achieve great things. With focus on semiconductor technology, our passion goes from innovation at every stage, all the way to our customers' success. It's a passion for customers, products, and technologies, and how they contribute to a more connected and safer world. That's us, passionate, at the heart of innovation.
Yes, so that gives you a view into what we are about on a high level, and how have we gotten here. We actually started a journey in 2015 and 16 with a new strategy, and the company have a long history in high-frequency products, and 5G was on the brink of getting there, so we started developing 5G products, and we did an uplisting from Spotlight to Nasdaq First North in the end of the year, and just before that we also acquired a company in Glasgow called, at that point, CST Global, which is now Sivers Photonics. And we started building from there, and from scratch now we have built up 26 design wins within 5G. We added another one today, actually. Our photonics business have gone from strength to strength and have now 2 different Fortune 100 customers developing and putting money into new products within silicon photonics and so forth. So what have happened lately? We have had the COVID year, of course, in 2020. However, we were able to actually sell about 100 million, the same as last year. We started out at 18 million in 2016, so we've grown quite a lot, but we have much of the growth in front of us, I would say, since we are now moving into more and more design wins and so forth, getting into volume during the year. We have 26, as I said. We had 21 in the end of the year. We added 9 new last year. We have added 5 new this year. And we also have added Fortune 100 customers during the last year, and we have had one a bit longer. We had a bit of a tough time in the first quarter with second and third wave of COVID, but then since then we've moved along and sort of a lot of things have happened, and now also with the uplisting we see very positive things. And we have a strong cash position with $23 million in the bank to push this growth we see in front of us. And talking about happened since then, I mean, we have new design wins. We have one today. We have another one. It's not on here, of course, then. We have the Nasdaq listing tomorrow. We had an upgrade from one of the customers of the design wins saying that they probably will buy 30 to 50% more than they were been anticipating. Sivers Photonics have a very interesting silicon photonics project going with IMEC and ASM. So what is it what we do? I mean, we do chipsets that are based on silicon germanium and RF-SOI. We make RF products and antenna modules that is used then into the 5G networks for broadband to the home, or what's called fixed wireless access, or connecting devices from base stations, building mesh networks, as we part of around Trafalgar Square, for example, in London right now. We are part of a network in the UK, where they started building out gigabit train applications. We recently part of a trial with autonomous buses in Japan. So we're everywhere, and our sort of design wins are quite interesting in this 5G space. We're also doing lasers within fiber to the home and data centers, but also sensors, where you can sort of do things where you can measure facial recognition, fingerprints, molecules in the air, and all of that kind of stuff. And that is quite important now in the later couple of years. We've actually built up the sensor business quite a lot. So why are we doing this as a company, and why is this so interesting? It's because, I mean, the data is growing and growing, and people are using more and more data. And this is sort of the Ericsson report saying that data is growing, has been growing for quite some time now exponentially. And to do that, you need gigabit speeds in the future as well. And we are a company who provides that, both for fiber and for 5G stuff. Another example is sort of for the wireless, fixed wireless part here, where the gigabit speeds are coming in the future. And we won sort of a quite large order last year, an estimated value of 480 million that we're going to start delivering from January 2023. And just that order of sort of home units for this in the US, it's about 4% of the total market. And that's one of our biggest design wins that we are working really hard on right now to provide the latest technology. And this is actually a next generation 5G technology that will come then in 2023. If we look at the photonics business, what is driving it then, of course, is the data I talked about, and that in itself creates this hyperscale data center that all the big Fortune 100 companies are building, and it's driven by all of us using more video, putting photos in the cloud, using virtual servers, and all of that. And as you can see here, the market is growing quite heavily in the data center transceiver market, where we do the lasers, as well as for other type of applications that are coming in completely new areas, where we see consumer electronics in healthcare and other things. So this is a very interesting market, and it's sort of something new that has been coming up, which called silicon photonics, where you can actually integrate silicon and indium phosphide, as we are doing, for example, then in our factory in Glasgow. If we take a quick look at this is an old picture now, because we have 26 design wins since lunch today. But we are then working with a lot of different companies, and about 7 to 10 of these are going into volume production this year. So we will see an effect in revenue going forward because of them getting to this situation. We've added 5 now this year then. We've got our first sort of small volume order of 7 million here in the last day of last quarter. And after the second and third wave, it's really opening up now, I would say. And also this large OEM CPE order is also going according to plan. We have taped out the chipset, and we are now waiting to get it back for this autumn to verify and make sure it all works. We're also working with a couple of really large partners around in the ecosystem, where NXP is one, and we are working now with this new chipset in the future to get that working. So to mention a few customers more in detail, we have Cambium Networks. They are a US-based, Chicago-based company listed on NASDAQ. We're using our 28 gigahertz chipset here, and this is a product that's going to be released in September. And they are about 700 people in that company today. Here is another trial I mentioned before with Fujikura, which is a very large Japanese company, almost 60,000 employees. And they are now running tests with autonomous buses in Japan. This is another project we're involved in there. They have started building out in the UK. This is the first group which has started a specific company for track-to-train application, which is called EVO Rail. You can go into their website and read all about it. They're small base stations you put along the tracks, and then you put small antennas on top of the roof. And each of those can provide a gigabit of speeds to the train, and you get sort of really good broadband, so you can surf Netflix or whatever while you're doing your train travel. This is a very exciting, interesting project we're part of. And they've built already 70 kilometers, and in the next steps, they're going to build all the way from Glasgow to London, for example. And first group in themselves are actually quite a large company. They have 100,000 employees. And how have we done this? I mean, we've been working within the ecosystem to create an ecosystem around us and with us. Companies like IDT, NXP, Amplion, and Fujikura, which is way much larger than us, are working together with us because we have really outstanding technology, and they do other pieces of the technology around it. And together we create really interesting products. And by doing this, we get a much better reach, and we get sort of this catch-up effect and exponential growth out in the end of the circles here, where we see the end customers and the operators that use the technology in the end. If we look at the photonics piece, we've been working really hard with these two Fortune 100 customers. The first one, we got an order in 2018 to do these sensors we're working on. So we're doing an emitter and a detector for the sensor. They have invested so far 85 million in pre-production, basically, to get this working, which is sort of almost $10 million. And we're working now to get them to the next phase of implementation, which is sort of the pilot lines. And normally these kind of projects take 2 to 4 years. We've been working 2.5, basically, and soon 3. We have also another new customer, a smaller order, sort of $1 million in April last year, and we've done the first work there, and now we're waiting on the next phase as well and see if we can bring that also forward. We are also in the silicon photonics parts, sort of Sivers Photonics are very much included into an ecosystem where we recently had a press release this week as well around silicon photonics with IMEC, which is a Dutch company, where we're building the integration between, and we can help companies getting to the final integration of these products, which makes it sort of much easier for anyone to build products like LiDAR. You saw the car in the presentation, or biometric sensors. And we think this is going to happen in Q4 with the first prototypes together with IMEC, and then in volume we can expect from different customers that are going to start use this in 2023. If we look at the road to the main market, we've been working quite some time now to get there. First of all, transferring the company to the right way of presenting the company with the economical numbers like IFRS and all of that. And now over the last 9 months, we worked really hard directly with pre-IPO and NASDAQ themselves. And we got approved last week on the 2nd of June by the listing committee. And tomorrow we're going to ring the bell. So go into our sites or Twitter or whatever, find the link and look at it tomorrow. We're going to have a bell ceremony tomorrow morning. And today is the last day to trade shares on First North. And tomorrow it's on NASDAQ main market. And you don't need to do anything if you're already a shareholder. You can just keep your shares and they will be as easy to trade as they've been before. If we look then, summarizing this, we have main market tomorrow, going to be very exciting. We're totaling 26 design wins now, net +5 this year. We had net +9 last year, so we have a bit higher speed this year than last year. The Fortune 100 customers progressing well. We have $23 million in the bank, and we're using them to grow the company. Customers are getting close now to trials after the vaccinations, which means that we will start rolling out volumes as well. We are also hiring a lot of people, so we have 20 new heads signed that we start before August. We have probably 10 new heads as well before the end of the year, and then we're also establishing ourselves in the US now after the COVID stuff, so we are recruiting 4 new heads in the US, which is included in these numbers. So a lot of things and exciting things happening for the company. So please follow us on these different Twitter accounts or our website to learn more about the company.
Thank you very much, Anders.
Thank you.
It's a really fascinating company with all the different parts of it integrated and creating value for your customers. First of all, congratulations on the move to the main list.
Thank you.
It's a big step in any company's life, almost as big as the IPO, I would say. So let me start off by this. Your operations are divided into 2 segments. It's wireless and photonics. So starting with the wireless, this Monday you announced that your subsidiary Sivers Wireless signed a reseller agreement with Japanese electronics specialist Shoshin. Could you please elaborate on what this means for you and the potential of this agreement?
Yeah, so we have been working with some smaller resellers before and partners, as I mentioned, Fujikura directly in Japan. But now we're seeing that the interest is big and we want to have feet on the ground there. And I think to do that in the correct way is to have Japanese-speaking people locally. And therefore, we've signed this agreement. And they have also very interesting customers in their sort of books today, which we are hoping to sort of attract. So I think it's really exciting. I can't really give you numbers, what we think is going to happen. But of course, I hope we're going to see some effect of it soon.
Thank you. And on the photonics side then, you recently published a joint venture with IMEC and AMS Amikra to accelerate hybrid integration of silicon photonics. On these news, we had some questions from the audience. Please explain in a little more detail how big this market can be globally and what you see as reasonable potential for your part.
Yes, so if you look at one of the slides I presented, I mean the market in these areas are growing quite heavily. You have LiDARs, you have sensors, you have healthcare. So a lot of those markets are going to be quite big. I don't remember exact numbers now, but the growth rate's going to be anything from 50 to 80% CAGR over many years. And it's sort of quite new technology in itself to get this integration between silicon and indium phosphide in our case. So I think it's going to help us help sort of the smaller companies doing this as well, and not just the Fortune 100s. They have the muscles like Intel, whoever, they can sort of do this themselves as well. But the smaller companies who do LiDAR or sensors or whatever, then they get access to this platform we built up together with these 2 companies.
I see. And do you already have customers looking at this technology?
Yes, I hope we're going to be able to announce something, as I said, with prototypes and stuff, like Q4 this year, hopefully.
Mm. And what do you think there may be? Do you think there will be products out with this technology in 1, 2, 3 years' time?
Yeah, 2023, that's sort of what we said, that we're probably going to see those customers who goes via prototypes now in the end of this year, all the way to sort of mass production in 2023.
Okay, and I guess that's one of the things you look forward to in the next year or so, that achieving those milestones with the production are really happening.
Absolutely, and I mean we're now getting to the first phase of the wireless business, getting into production volumes. We got the small order, as I mentioned, 7 million here. But we're also waiting for that in the photonics business now with a lot of different customers, the Fortune 100s, what's happening there, and then also these interesting things happening, building off the same thinking that we will work with the ecosystem and create new technology. So it's really exciting to see what's going to happen after tomorrow as well. So that's what I'm looking forward to now. Tomorrow morning is the first step.
Yeah. Any other milestones you are looking forward to that you would like to share with us?
Yeah, I mean, the opening of an office in the US, I think that's going to be quite important for us. We have 65% of our sales over there right now. and to get our own feet on the ground. I think that's going to be really important. And the milestone, getting my second vaccine shot and go there in like Q3, that would be really nice.
Okay, on that positive note, I would like to thank you very much once again for presenting. And of course, good luck on your continued journey. And I am very happy also to announce that you will be here for the expert panel that will commence in just a few minutes.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to that. Nice to be here.
Okay, so just give us a minute with a recess, and we'll be back in just 1 minute. Thank you. So, hello and welcome everyone. It's now time for the expert panel. I have with me 3 distinguished experts within the field of technology. They all come in from different angles, so we will learn about these issues from 3 different perspectives. And I would like to start by introducing them. And I would like to start with Johan Nilke, who is with Lannebo Fund Management Company. It's an independent one. Not a very small one anymore, about 80 billion Swedish crowns under management across 17 funds, of which Johan himself manages the Lannebo Teknik and Teknik Småbolag of approximately 8.5 billion assets under management. So he's been investing in technology companies for quite some time. Welcome, Johan.
Thank you.
Moving on to Thomas Haglund Flemström, a pioneer within sustainable business, and he's the head of impact and innovation at Formica Capital. 15 years experience as a business strategy advisor at Accenture, where you helped build a global sustainability practice with primary responsibilities in circular economy and the Nordic regional market. Also a vast experience of how to combine sustainable business with new technologies to drive growth and profitability, because the last part is really what makes something sustainable. And also, once again, Anders, welcome. You have 25 years of experience in data and telecom with companies such as Sony Ericsson, HiQ, and you're a civil engineer by education and trade in computer technology from LTH. Good. So I have some general questions, and I have some a bit more specific questions for each and every one of you. And I would like to start with Johan. As a very experienced fund manager and investor, could you please give us some flavor on your selection process when you, first of all, source companies that you might potentially invest in, and then, you know, should I invest or not? How should I prioritize? Please.
Yeah, it could be a very long answer, but I'm trying to make it brief. But our main approach is a sort of a thematic sort of idea generation, where we start in broader sort of themes that we think will be driven by new technology, or technology. It doesn't have to be new by definition. But so one example could be sort of data, and then when we dig into that theme, we find that data, of course, everyone needs to, all companies and all need to sort of gather their data, collect their data, need to store it, need to sort it, need to analyze it, and have to make decisions from that data going forward. Otherwise, you will be without business almost. And sort of when we dig into that theme, then we see that, okay, where do we store that data? Maybe in a public cloud, and what's a public cloud? It's a data center, and we dig deeper into the data center and find cords and racks and servers and whatever. And during this process, we have today 6 themes. During that process, we run into companies. It could be listed, could be unlisted companies, and we only sort of invest in listed companies. And during that process, we collect them just in a sort of gross list of companies, and then we connect that to financial information, and from that we sort of sort them up and screen them, and to look further into them, and then meet and yeah. So that's one part, and then we also have a sort of a more quantitative screening method of looking at tech sector in different angles, and also, of course, we get different kind of new ideas from our network and sort of peers to the companies we actually invest in.
It's a very good answer, thank you. And moving on to you, Thomas, I want to ask you, are you an optimist about sustainability, about a sustainable world? And whether you say yes or no, please tell us why.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that you can't spend 15 years working with this if you're not an optimist, and you would be head in first. So yeah, I'm optimistic, and the reason I am optimistic is the rapid technology development is one. But I think also that even if our emissions data doesn't go the right way, there's an underlying change in society in terms of how we socially are looking at these topics, and how we also are prioritizing them versus before. So especially on the environmental side and the climate side, I'm an optimist that we will fix this to some extent and avoid the biggest issues that might come. Yes, on the social side, that's trickier, and that can take longer time. But on the environmental side, I'm very optimistic.
Perfect. So a follow-up, if I may. for a bystander like me, it's I see all these companies doing great things for the environment, etc., or the broader scope of sustainability as such. But it's difficult for me to quantify these segments. If I could ask you, can you tell me which segments would you say could have the biggest impact?
It's a good and extremely tricky question, I would say. What we have done at Pharmica is that we've looked at 5 systems that we see need to change to be able to handle the climate crisis. So it's the energy system, it's the mobility system, it's the construction and building system, it's food and ecosystems, and it's the materials that we use. We need all 5 of these, and we believe that all 5 of these systems will go through rapid change. I think the one that is undergoing most rapid change at the moment is the energy system, but we also see the mobility system with electric cars are really getting there and accelerating, while the other 3 are still trailing. I mean, the elements and the understanding of the issue is getting there. And I think, when I started working with this topic, very few people knew that steel and concrete were a big climate issue. But now it's a lot of people know this, and a lot of people put emphasis in addressing this. But generally, I would say all industries will go through a massive change in order to adapt to the climate crisis that we have.
Thank you. And Johan, Anders, we've heard about several times today, exponential this, exponential that. We're talking development, we're talking growth. From your perspective, what kind of exponential things like development or growth are you seeing? Can you name any areas?
Yeah. So as I mentioned in my presentation, and looking at the data growth that has been sort of exponentially growing, quite like for every G, 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, and now 5G. And we're seeing users with 5G are sort of using more and more data, and it's growing and growing. And as well, in the broadband to the home sector, where you have streaming. I mean, most of us are now streaming instead of watching TV over there. And of course, it's Ultra HD and all of those kind of technologies that driving that. And you want to have now for the European Championships, you want to see that in the best picture you can have. So all of that is driving an exponential growth in data, for example. So that I think is the sort of best example of all of that. But there's many others as well in these different parcels. But
so technology in terms of development, in terms of returns, is there are many examples that give Ray Kurzweil right, that it's really an exponential development in many areas. So a philosophical question, perhaps. Who of you guys, we can do this by a show of hands, believe that we will, within, let's say, not 25, but 30 years, be able to upload our thoughts into the cloud? No one? 30
years, no, that's too short.
That's too short. Okay. So very interesting observation. I hope I'll be around in 30 years to see if we were right or wrong.
Check if we were wrong,
yeah. Okay, so moving on a bit, looking at the past year, I would like to ask you, each and every one, did you find any interesting new technologies, or were made aware of any technologies that you would like to highlight? So let's start with you, Anders.
Yeah, I think everybody found Teams and Zoom and all of that actually, and actually the pandemic has. I mean, this is everybody have said this, but it's quite boring maybe. But I mean, it's been driving the digitalization and moving sort of things much quicker, and people are accepting it. And for ourselves, I mean, we've been winning so much business just over Zoom, rather than meeting people. So I think that's something that we all have understood, that it's making this world smaller, and we sustainably don't need to travel everywhere for sort of stupid 1.5 hour meetings where we shake hands and just meet. We can actually do that over Zoom, for example. So I think that's the big revelation for the years that's gone.
Yes,
for
and
me.
yeah, I totally agree. And I also would like to stress that for that, in order to work, there has to be kind of a established trust. And it's good to see that we have that. You can actually do business with people that you have never met physically. You trust them enough to engage in business with them. And that feels comforting that it can be done on a global scale, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Okay, Thomas, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the digitization trend has been strong. I think that a few things that we got aware of last year was the rapid development in precision fermenting, which has the ability to change the food system quite a lot. And if you believe in the exponential cost development there, that you could have proteins at the same cost as sugar today in 10 years' time, which obviously is very interesting from the perspective of changing to more nutritious diets that have a lower carbon impact. And also on the same track, we also got aware about methodologies to calculate how much carbon that can be captured into soil when using regenerative farming practices, so that you would be able to offset some of your hard-to-abate emissions by having a farmer somewhere around the world just changing their practice, that how they're handling their soil. So these are two examples, I think, that we got aware of just the last year, which have a enormous climate impact possibility. So,
yeah, very interesting. Thank you. And Johan?
Yeah, I guess my answer is going to sound boring after Thomas's cutting-edge technologies, but I'm actually leaning more towards the more broader sort of adoption of technology of cloud and both for data and running processes, and the sharing of data for good, that sort of a lot of companies and people gathered to sort of share information that could help us in this pandemic, both when it comes to sort of tracking people and how people moved. The data came from teleoperators or telco operators and others, but also sort of data for actually developing a vaccine in record speed. Hopefully it works long term, but yeah, so those are sort of things that are top of mind.
Thank you. Perfect. And if we instead focus then on lagging sectors of society, technologically wise, that we should hope might catch up. Anders, do you have anything to add on that subject?
Yeah, I mean, we are now entering a phase where we're seeing sort of the train industry that needs to be sort of built out more in a sustainable world, I think. And since connectivity is so important, I think that's something that's been lacking over time. And I mean, we're seeing in the I've been to talking to the Swedish government about the problems in the networks here in Sweden around trains, and I think that needs to be fixed. If people are going to use more trains, they need to be connected. So from our perspective, that is massively interesting, as well as something I think that needs to happen.
Yeah, it seems like it's just a matter of time before that. Because that's what everyone would expect, right?
Yeah.
Connected trains, no doubt.
Oh, and I mean, if we're all going to travel and there is no sort of joint video or whatever, people want to watch Netflix or whatever while they're traveling, and that's going to be normal, and that's something we need to fix if we're going to have more people on the trains in the future and less flying.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Thomas?
Yeah, so sort of connected. I think that the construction industry is definitely lagging. I think productivity development is even back to the 50s has been very slow, and it's an industry that seems to have very difficult to adopt new technologies as well, and that obviously results in buildings that are still rather dumb, and also a process that is very manual and dependent on individual skills of individual people. So I think both in terms of using new types of materials and also using digitization much more throughout the full process. I'm looking forward for them to adapt this more, because we need cheaper buildings and we need more energy efficient and smarter buildings.
A lot of room of improvement there for sure. Okay, and Johan.
So the question was, where can we find room for improvement in?
Yeah, lagging areas of society that you know would need some technological development, basically.
Yeah. I think there's a lot, but maybe one part is sort of governmental or services for the society that we it feels like it's lacking sometimes, but I think it's happening now. At least in Sweden, even if it's a bit slow. But on another note, I think if we look today, we need more components to be able to move ahead. And so I guess the semiconductor industry needs to be built out, and not just be in China, or not just in China, but in Asia, in Taiwan or other places to be able to sort of support this development.
Yeah, I think that's really important on a political level, not the least. So definitely a very important area. So a follow-up question then. Do you see this coming perhaps?
Yes, I mean, there are huge programs now in the US, billions and billions of dollars going to be poured into it. I saw a new program in Europe as well, where they're going to pour in money into to sort of offset this imbalance that's out there for semiconductor industry, and I think it's really good. I think Europe needs to be better. I mean, there's not many semiconductor companies in Europe, so there needs to be more of us, and everything's going to be built on semiconductors in the future. So if we don't do that, all industry is going to lag in the future. So I think you're very right about that.
We need to be self-sufficient on food, and we need to be self-sufficient on semiconductors.
Yes. And I mean, there's a lot of sand in the world, but I hope it doesn't. We don't use everything of it, but yeah.
Okay, and now let's take a look into the crystal ball, looking at the future. Considering all the technological breakthroughs and innovations underway, if you think about society 5 to 10 years from now, what has been the most important technological change for society, or most impactful for our everyday lives? I would like to start with you, Johan.
Oh, that's a difficult one, but I guess like the closest to us now is sort of the pandemic and the development of medicine and I'm losing my words, but yeah, that part, like development within health, is going to change a lot, I think, and that's also an area I think that has been standing back now during the pandemic a bit when it comes to innovations and sort of the digitalization. So I guess that will change a lot going forward, both when it comes to collecting data about ourselves and our health, but also when it comes to sort of curing diseases and stuff.
Do you a follow up there then? Have you looked at nanobots? Is that something that's going to be important in 10 years' time, or is that too early, or not even close?
I'm not an expert in that, so I shouldn't sort of talk about it, actually.
So at least you haven't come across that. It's not an area that has caught your interest so far.
Not yet. Not yet. No, we are a bit later. A bit boring, but yeah.
Okay, Thomas, if you look into your crystal ball, what do you see?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think it's very hard to forecast, especially the future, as the saying goes. So I hope you're not recording this, actually, but I think that for society, at least with the kind of the climate perspective, I do agree that the health side has quite a lot of things, but I think also that what's most important is that we've come together as a society and started to really bend the climate curve. I mean, we need to halve the emissions by 2030 in order to be able to meet the 1.5 degree target. So, and I think that technology is enabling that in terms of giving the policymakers the self-esteem to really put down hard measures. And I think also the pandemic have sort of enabled society also that with an understanding that shocks do happen, and that we need to think about risk management, which also gives policymakers the tools and what should you say, the ability among voters to actually do some stuff on this area. And I think that we as individuals will mostly see that in our diets, I would assume. Perhaps on mobility, but that's rather maybe 20 years away, where we can find transport as a service rather than having our own vehicles. But definitely in the 10 years, I think on diet, we will see that most of us are eating something else than what we're eating today.
Interesting, thank you.
And like it more, I should add, because I think it's not difficult to eat if you only look at it from a nutritious perspective, but that we will also enjoy it much more.
I hope you're right. Anders?
I mean, what we're seeing now, I mean, we're starting to see the shift to electrification of vehicles more and more, and also sort of autonomous driving. And I think that will change a lot in the coming 10, 15 years. Maybe not people are owning their own vehicles anymore, and all of that, and the cars getting smarter and smarter, and we're gonna have less sort of accidents due to that the cars can think quicker than we can. So I think that is one of the bigger thing. And I mean, we are working with technology with there is LiDAR and radars and all of those kind of things that is needed in those kind of vehicles. So I think that will be one of the major things that will be very different when we're out and about in the future.
Sounds really reasonable. So an important aspect of investing in technologies of tomorrow is, of course, that there is a tomorrow left to invest in, as we have discussed. So a hot topic the last few years has been the sustainable investing trend, with funds designed specifically to sustainable companies. We have green bonds, we have recently green stocks. And as investments into sustainable tech has increased, do you believe we have seen increased innovation also in the sector? May I start with you, Anders?
Yes, I definitely think that we are seeing more and more people understanding this and moving in this direction and taking technology leaps in many different areas. Like ourselves, we're working more and more on sort of doing things more sustainable, using less power and all of those things. So I think definitely that's going to be very important, and that's what we are working on ourselves as well.
And have you seen an increased interest from the financial markets, from investors, because you would be kind of a sustainable future company?
Maybe not directly because we are sort of seen as a green company, but I like AMF, small cap fund, for example, is an investor in us, and they have a very big drive within investing in sustainable companies, and are pushing us as sort of a company in their portfolio to do better. And what are you doing? What targets are you setting? So I think there's a really important discussion between the owners and us as a company. What can we do, and how can we together make it better? So I think it's, from our side, it's more that than sort of we are sort of being on a green wave or anything in that sense. But in our sector, there is so much regulations already everywhere on how you do things. You cannot use cadmium, you cannot do that, you should not use sort of conflict minerals from Congo, or, I mean, there's a lot of different things that is already regulated. So to take the next step, of course, to make it even better is where we are now, looking at how can we do that better.
Thank you. And Thomas, the sheer existence of Formica Capital, I guess, means that you fund innovative companies towards a sustainable world.
Yeah, so we, that's definitely one of the reasons for our existence, and that we should not only fund them, but also help them accelerate. And we divide what we call sustainability into impact and responsibility. So in responsibility, we talk about all these, the broad aspects like conflict minerals, etc. And then on impact, on how can we help the society transition or shift. I would say also that I don't think that the innovation in terms of the technology has changed much, but when we see capital flowing in this direction, I mean, Formica is small compared to the enormous amount of capital that is out there. But what's happening is that we see a lot of business model innovation, we see a lot of operating model innovation that can use all this technology. My former employer Accenture did a study in Germany there where they saw that digitization can help with about half of Germany's Paris Agreement target by 2030. And just using that technology in a new way with the capital that is flowing in and the spotlight that is on these topics, that has been a big driving force and one of the big reasons why I'm so optimistic about us actually addressing this crisis.
Perfect. Thank you, Thomas. And Johan, what would you like to add?
Yeah, but we sort of have worked with dedicated sustainability meetings with many of our other companies we invest in for a while, and that has sort of put the topic into the management team or maybe the board as well in some companies, and we have sort of helped. But now we even see more and more questions coming from the companies regarding what they think, or what we think they should work on when it comes to sustainability and how they should report it and what they should focus on and sort of different topics when it comes to that. So I think it's driving from the finance industry is definitely driving some part of this innovation when it comes to sustainability within existing companies. Yeah.
That's very interesting. I didn't know about that. So that actually puts the capitalist in a position of kind of, pointing out the direction, like we're not only after the greatest return at the lowest risk, we're also showing you the direction to build a sustainable society, a sustainable future by these companies. So that's very interesting, and that's not something I guess you don't really think about when you think about fund management and being owners. And there is also this myth or not that it's kind of blind money that doesn't care. But if you now get the kind of the companies demand your opinion, they demand that you guide them in the right direction. That's a very interesting development, I would say.
Yeah, many times they ask for good peers that we meet. So how are they working with sustainability and what can we learn from another company that we have invested in? So yeah, so that happens a lot nowadays.
Thank you. I see. So unfortunately, we are running time, or we are already overdue. So I wish I could continue this panel for another hour or two. But that will have to be on another day. So thank you very much. I really appreciate your participation here today, as I am sure all the viewers do as well. So a big thank you to all the three of you, and I hope we'll meet each other on another occasion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to everyone watching, thank you very much for staying with us, and we'll be in touch. Thank you.